Chapter 321. Ling Xiao agreed to go with the purple drake to see just what it couldn't bear to part with. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, the purple drake didn't say anything else. It wrapped its tail around Ling Xiao's waist and dragged him into the mountains. Ling Xiao was so frightened that he didn't even have time to scream before his eyes turned pitch black. The people from the Purple Sky sect were even more shocked. They all thought that Ling Xiao had definitely met with misfortune. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming all turned pale. They all had feelings for Ling Xiao, so they naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to die at such a young age. Chen Wenyu was relatively calm and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since the purple drake has already been subdued by junior apprentice brother, it won't harm him. Let's just wait here." Everyone knew that worrying now was useless, so they could only follow Chen Wenyu's instructions and wait for Ling Xiao's return. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt his body constantly moving forward as he heard a rustling sound. Ling Xiao knew that the purple drake didn't have any intentions of harming him, so he boldly opened his eyes to see just where it was taking him. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness in front of him, and he was surrounded by a yellow light. He wasn't injured at all, so it's underground, Ling Xiao said. However, he still didn't know where the purple drake was taking him. As the saying goes, since you're here, you might as well take things as they come. Ling Xiao relaxed and allowed the purple drake to take him somewhere he didn't know. Within the secret realm, there was a mountain peak that was shrouded in mist. This mountain was in the center of the secret realm, and it towered into the sky. It was even more majestic than any other mountain, and the spiritual qi here was even denser. Anyone who stood at the foot of this mountain would feel as small as a grain of sand. But standing at the top of this mountain, one would feel as if all the other mountains were small. It was obvious that this was the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Originally, this mountain was supposed to be a paradise filled with hundreds of birds chirping and spirit flowers and spirit herbs. However, this was not the case in reality. There were no roars of beasts or cries of birds on the mountain peak. There were rocks and weeds everywhere, and there were many cracks on the mountain peak that were full of holes. These cracks were made by sabers, spears, arrows, fists, palms. All sorts of innumerable scars had destroyed the mountain. If it was an ordinary mountain, it would have long been flattened. It wasn't hard to imagine how intense a battle had taken place here. Perhaps only a super expert who had reached the Earth's sovereign realm or above would be able to blast this mountain into such a state. The mountain was surrounded by dense forests, and there were all kinds of formations set up in the dense forests, making it impossible for people to enter easily. But now, these formations seemed to have been destroyed and could no longer serve as a defense. At this moment, in the dense forest, there were 3 groups of people slowly advancing towards the mountain peak. There weren't many people in the 3 groups, with each group having around 10 people. All of their strength was no lower than a high-ranked spirit master. Half of them had the strength of half a step into the king realm, and there were even a few that people couldn't see through. It was extremely strange. The people on the left all wore white robes with stars on them. There were 7 men and 3 women, and all of them were around 25 years old. The young man in the lead was even younger, only around 22 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was elegant and handsome. There was always a vague expression on his face, and his eyes would occasionally glance at the group not far away. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Following his gaze, there were 10 young women in pink clothes walking through the forest with light steps, adding a touch of amazement to the forest. Among the 10 women, the one in the middle had a veil over her face, and her appearance couldn't be seen. But just from looking at her incomparably graceful body, it was obvious that she was a beauty that was rarely seen in 100 years. This woman wore a golden branch on her head, a crystal bead around her neck, and a jade ring on her wrist. She was dressed in a colorful robe that was suffused with holy light. Through the transparent robe, one could faintly see how alluring her delicate body was. The young man in the lead of the first group just now had his eyes on this woman. The third group on the left were all men. All of them were tall and mighty, and they were as sturdy as iron towers. Each of them carried a huge sword that was as tall as a person, and they seemed to be extremely solitary. The young man in the lead was even more eye-catching. He was wearing a simple singlet, and his body was taller and more muscular than the others. His upper arms and shoulders were exposed, and his skin was covered with snake-like blue veins, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were also several crisscrossing scars on his arms, which added a bit of domineering aura to him. The three groups walked in different directions, and they seemed to be heading to the mountain peak in front of them together. At the same time, they were also faintly guarding against each other. These three groups were the outstanding disciples of the Light Star Hall, the Charm Flame sect, and the Heavy Sword sect. In the Northwest, these three sects were the most powerful 7th-grade sects, and each of them had at least one heavenly venerable rank super powerhouse in command. As the most outstanding disciples of these three sects, each of them had top-notch strength. Even if they were at the same level, their strength was twice as strong as the disciples of other sections. The entire Light Star Hall was made up of light attribute disciples. Their sect didn't have many people, but each of them was very strong, and their recovery ability was also the strongest among all the attributes. Therefore, they were ranked first among the many sections. The members of the Charm Flame sect were all women. Since ancient times, the patriarchal mentality had made the women of the Charm Flame sect unpopular. However, the Charm Flame sect only recruited outstanding women from Tenbin, and they used the cultivation of seduction techniques as the foundation. Every single one of the Flaming Charm sect's women could make a man's divine soul tremble with every move they made. The Heavy Sword sect was famous for forging swords, and they were all believers in swords. They advocated using blood to nourish the sword, and using the spirit to nourish the sword, so that they could achieve the realm of sword and man as one. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. However, swords were also their weakness. They believed in the stubborn belief that as long as the sword existed, the person existed, and if the sword was broken, the person would die. When the disciples of the three sects were about to reach the foot of the mountain peak, each of the three sects sent a representative to gather together. The handsome young man from the Light Star Hall was called Xianxia, and people called him the Son of Stars. He was the most outstanding representative of the Light Star Hall, and he had an important status in the Light Star Hall. The masked woman from the Charm Flame sect was called Wu Meinyang, and her name contained the word Mei in it. This was because she had already been appointed as the next sect leader of the Charm Flame sect. She was now the Holy Maiden of the Charm Flame sect, and she would become the real sect leader of the Charm Flame sect once the previous sect leader passed on the position. The young man from the Heavy Sword sect was like an iron tower. Although he was only 23 years old, he looked a little old and steady. His name was Luo Ba, and the huge sword on his back weighed 225 kilograms. It was an advanced 4th rank sword, and it was a relatively heavy sword. The three of them stopped 2 meters in front of each other. The three of them looked at each other, and the first to speak was Xianxia from the Light Star Hall. The two of you, the main hall is right around the corner. Shouldn't we have a good talk first? Xianxia glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. Luo Ba faintly said, "What does Star Child want to say? However, I will say the ugly words first. In the end, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities to get what they want." Heavenly Star smiled faintly and said, "Brother Luo is very vigilant, but you are right. In the end, it will still depend on each person's ability to get what they want. I'm just talking to the two of you about how to take care of the things inside." When Xianxia said this, he was obviously staring at Wu Meinyang, as if he didn't put Luo Ba in his eyes. Luo Ba didn't mind, but Wu Meinyang only frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "Since Starchild has brought it up, I believe you already have a plan to deal with it. Why don't you tell me first, what good plan do you have?" Luo Ba looked like a person with a simple mind, but in reality, he was a meticulous person. Xianxia replied, "I can't say that it's a good plan, but let's see if the two of you agree first. If Starchild has something to say, why don't you just say it? Why beat around the bush?" Wu Meinyang laughed for the first time. Her laughter was like the cry of an oriole, full of vitality and crisp and pleasant to the ear. It was also like the charming and moving sound of nature, making people feel comfortable. When Tianxing and Luo Baxing heard this, they felt that they couldn't control their minds. Fortunately, the two of them were outstanding leaders in their sex, and their willpower was astonishing. It only took a moment for them to regain their senses. Tianxing said, "Let's first work together to deal with the things inside. No one can be selfish. After we find what we need to find, we will decide who is better. What do you think?" "No problem," Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing replied together. "That's good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation," Tianxing said with a smile. After the three of them agreed, the 30 of them walked towards the giant peak together. Just as the 30 of them approached the mountain path of the giant peak, a burst of restriction light spread out. The mountain protecting restriction here was clearly dozens of times stronger than the one Ling Xiao had broken in the Eagle Gathering Hall. Tianxing looked at the divine restriction light in front of him and smiled faintly. Although this restriction is strong, the eye of the formation has long since been destroyed. How can it stop us? He then took out a silver mirror that looked like a silver fan. It was very beautiful, and its edges were inlaid with profound patterns. From time to time, it would emit a dazzling radiance that made people not dare to look at it directly. It's the Silver Falcon Mirror. I didn't expect Starchild to even bring out such a sect-guarding spirit artifact. No wonder he's so fearless, Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing thought in astonishment. Weapons were divided into 3 grades: mortal, profound, spirit, sage, and divine. The first and second grades were mortal weapons, while the 3rd grade was profound, the 6th grade was spirit, the 8th grade was sage, and the 10th grade was divine. A spirit artifact referred to a weapon that had already begun to develop a spirit of its own and had established some sort of connection with its master. It could unleash a terrifying power that even an Earth sovereign would have to retreat in order to witness its might. The Silver Falcon Mirror was a low-tier, 6th-grade spirit artifact, one of the sect-guarding spirit artifacts of the Radiant Star Hall. It was no wonder that Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing were surprised that Tianxing had suddenly taken it out. Luo Baxing looked at the Silver Falcon Mirror with undisguised greed in his eyes. Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing disapprovingly. "Brother Luo, are you interested in my mirror?" Tianxing waved the mirror in his hand at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing took a step back and laughed dryly. Who doesn't like spirit artifacts? However, Starchild's mirror isn't suitable for a crude old man like me. Perhaps it's more suitable for Meinyang. Chapter 322. Meinyang Wu laughed tenderly and said, "Haha, if senior brother Xing is willing to give it to Meinyang, Meinyang will naturally be happy to accept it. With Meinyang's thin willow appearance, she must often disguise herself so that she won't come out to scare people. Having a good mirror is really good." Hearing this, Luo Baxing looked at Tianxing with a gloating expression. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Who doesn't know that Meinyang's beauty is unparalleled? If a beauty like you can only have the appearance of a thin willow, then I'm afraid there won't be any beautiful women in the world." At this point, he paused for a moment, then continued. "If Meinyang likes this little mirror, Xing would give it to Meinyang, but my master once said that this mirror can only be given to my future wife, so if Meinyang doesn't mind being my fiancée, Xing will naturally be willing to give it to her." Heavenstar said it extremely straightforwardly. Anyone could see that he coveted Wu Meinyang. Luo Baxing furrowed his brows and looked at Wu Meinyang warily, as if he were afraid that she would immediately agree. Wu Meinyang's beautiful eyes paused on Heavenly Star's face for a moment. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled and said, "So this is the engagement token of the Star Child. How can this servant take it? I think it's better to forget about it." Heavenly Star smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that I still can't recognize Meinyang's eyes. It is truly a great regret in life." Luo Baxing laughed and said, "Star Child, You boast that you are unparalleled, but it seems that you are still unable to move Mignon. Perhaps you can use your Light Star Hall's golden brilliant mirror as a betrothal gift. I believe Mignon will accept you. Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing and said indifferently, Brother Luo's words are reasonable. I'm infatuated with Mignon, and I believe that she will feel it sooner or later. Now is not the time for romance. Once I break the restriction here, the two of you must protect me. After saying that, Tianxing used his own attributes to gather on the silver falcon mirror, and a dazzling silver light blossomed. Xiao! For a moment, the world around them was illuminated, and a white beam of light blasted towards the restriction divine light not far ahead. Rumble! The white light exploded violently as it collided with the barrier, causing the surrounding ground to shake. After the restriction was destroyed, Tianxing's face turned pale. It was obvious that the attack just now had used up most of his spiritual power. The other 9 people from the Light Star Hall protected him, afraid that the people from the other 2 sects would seize the opportunity to attack. After Heavenly Star quickly consumed the medicinal pill, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he said, Please. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing's eyes flickered with an imperceptible glint. They each called out to their companions and walked up the giant peak together. On another mountain peak, Ling Xiao was brought to the belly of a mountain by the purple drake. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded by the sight of this mountain. Who would have thought that there would be such a place of uncanny workmanship within this mountain peak? The inside of the cave should have been pitch black, but there was a hidden place above the cave that faced the sun. Sunlight gathered there, and spiritual energy flowed in, allowing one to see everything within the cave. Inside the belly of the mountain was a cave. The entrance of the cave seemed to be naturally formed. The stalactites were strange and peculiar, and there were stone floats dripping everywhere. Waves of dampness and coolness made people feel an inexplicable chill. Even though Ling Xiao was already a high-ranked spirit master, he still felt the chill enter his body, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao hurriedly circulated his energy to resist this inexplicable chill. What's this thing? It's so cold. Ling Xiao muttered. His body wasn't impervious to fire and water, but it was still abnormally tough. Even king-rank powerhouses didn't have a physique like his, but this cave gave him an indescribable chill. Ling Xiao's mouth opened wide, and his eyes burned with incomparable heat. There was a small patch of soil in front of him, and there were dozens of spirit herbs growing on it. Next to the soil was a small, icy jade lake. Above the jade lake, there was a faint mist. It looked very ethereal. Waves of chilliness were emitted from this place. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes and walked forward step by step. Beside him, the purple flood dragon centipede, which had shrunk back to its original size, raised its proud head and instantly scuttled into the jade lake, happily swimming around. Ling Xiao had no time to pay attention to the purple drake, because he was completely attracted by the dozens of spirit herbs. That small patch of soil was facing the sun. It was only about 10 square meters, but all of the spirit herbs planted there were 5th level and above. No wonder there weren't any 5th level spirit herbs in the medicine garden. So they were all planted here. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs in front of him and swallowed. 5th level spirit herbs were extremely rare in the vast Northwest, and each one had an immeasurable effect. But now there were dozens of them here, which made Ling Xiao feel a little incredulous. Sweet pine mushroom, low 5th level earth attribute spirit herb. Scarlet peony grass, low 5th level fire attribute spirit herb. Black sand vine, mid 5th level metal attribute spirit herb. Ling Xiao quietly counted the spirit herbs planted here, and the more he looked, the happier he became. There were quite a few of them that were mid or high 5th level. Although the value of these spirit herbs wasn't as great as the 5-color gourd he had obtained, they were still very useful, and they were all the main spirit herbs used to refine 5th level pills. This is a wheat spirit flower. Great, it really is effortless. Ling Xiao looked at a spirit herb and exclaimed. Wheat spirit flower, mid-5th level spirit herb, was one of the main spirit herbs used to refine the spirit-prolonging pill. Ling Xiao really didn't think that he would encounter a spirit herb suitable for refining the spirit-prolonging pill here, and for a moment he was extremely happy. The priestess didn't have much time left, and if he couldn't find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to refine the spirit-prolonging pill no matter what to let the priestess live a little longer, or else he would suffer for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and continued to look at the other spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was almost done identifying the spirit herbs here, he was about to harvest all the spirit herbs here. But when he looked at the small patch of soil, he felt that this soil was different from normal soil. From time to time, he could see a faint light that was hard to detect, and it should be the fertile soil that the purple flood dragon had specially cultivated. He wondered if he could harvest this small patch of soil, and it would be convenient for him to cultivate high-level spirit herbs in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called out to the purple flood dragon in the Jade Lake, "Xiaolong, come here for a moment." When the purple flood dragon heard Ling Xiao's call, it rushed out of the Jade Lake with a whoosh. "I want to take away all the spirit herbs and soil here. What do you think?" Ling Xiao asked. The purple flood dragon didn't seem to need to think about it, and nodded directly, seemingly not caring at all. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but then he fell into distress. If he wanted to collect the spirit grass and soil here, there was a big difficulty. If he were to store all the soil in the Jade Lake, it would lose the nourishment of the spiritual energy in the spatial ring and become useless ordinary soil. Although there was spiritual energy in the spirit beast bracer, there was no way to store other things, which was one of its drawbacks. Right, I forgot that this young master still has the obsidian cauldron. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling distressed, he remembered that he had another item that could store both living and dead things. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-ranked spirit furnace, and Ling Xiao could not even touch 1/10 of its functions. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and whispered, "Obsidian, come out." After saying that, a shadow appeared above the obsidian cauldron. This was the cauldron's soul, Obsidian. "What is Master's command?" Obsidian's voice was ethereal, but it contained an inexplicable power. "Can the space and the medicine cauldron store the spirit herbs and soil together?" Ling Xiao asked. Obsidian said, "Of course. But after storing it, the spiritual energy in the soil won't collapse, right?" Ling Xiao asked with some concern. "No, the spiritual energy in the spatial ring is denser than here. It will only improve the soil and not make it lose its original spiritual energy, but the quality of the soil is too poor. Is Master sure you want to store it?" Obsidian replied. You said that the soil is too poor?" Ling Xiao asked dully. "Yes, this should be trash soil that has just entered the rank. At most, it can only be cultivated into rank 5 low-level spirit herbs. It's really too poor," Obsidian responded. Hearing this, Ling Xiao almost vomited blood and died. The highest rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass that he had seen since he started his cultivation was only a rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass, but these spiritual grass became a low rank spiritual grass in front of Obsidian. Even if any powerhouse in the Northwest heard it, he would feel extremely guilty. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, "Then, what is the highest rank spirit herb you have ever seen?" Obsidian responded, "Rank 10. Ling Xiao's body shook. His mouth was wide open, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Rank 10 spirit herb. What kind of existence was that? Each of this kind of spirit herb was a heaven-defying existence and could be called a magical herb. That was not a place that could grow at all. Not only did it need more than 10,000 years to grow, but it also needed an extremely dangerous place with extremely rich spiritual energy to exist. Ling Xiao had read the catalog of spirit herbs, and the number of rank 10 spirit herbs recorded in it was only a handful. It could be seen how rare this kind of rank 10 spirit herb was. However, Obsidian said that he had seen a rank 10 spirit herb. Doesn't that mean that his previous owner is a rank 10 miracle potioneer? An alchemist who reached the rank 10 was called a miracle potioneer. There were several miracle potioneers in ancient times, but with the passage of time, the long river of history was obliterated, and there was no miracle potioneer. Ling Xiao was shocked by what Obsidian said. However, he had no face to keep the soil again at the moment. It had been said to be garbage soil. If it was him, would he have the nerve to keep it? Ling Xiao cared about his face, so he could only abandon it. Miracle potioneer, I don't know if I can reach that realm in this life. After collecting the dozens of 5 spirit herbs here, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and asked. Miracle potioneer was already the pinnacle existence on this continent. When he reached that step, the world would change for him. Ling Xiao wanted to do the best in everything he did. This was the belief that he had been working hard to make himself progress and become stronger. Only by reaching a height that others could not reach could he realize the greatest wish in his heart. Wake up and take control of the world, sleep on the knees of beauties. Chapter 323. After putting away the spirit grass, Ling Xiao walked toward the nearby Jade Lake. The closer he got to the lake, the colder it became. Inside Ling Xiao's body, the 3 parts restoring power began to operate on its own. Wisps of pure, cold power gushed into his body through his limbs and bones. The power of the ice element was slowly growing. Ling Xiao was puzzled, but when he got closer to the lake, he could clearly see that it was actually milky white water. What kind of water is this? How can it be so strange? Ling Xiao muttered. At the same time, he stretched his hand into the water and felt the bone-chilling cold. He quickly pulled his hand back. Ling Xiao's pupils dilated. Just as he thought of something, an urgent voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. This is the 10,000 years stone emulsion. Myriad year stone emulsion? Ling Xiao's mind trembled. Immediately afterward, a green figure drilled out of Ling Xiao's mind. Wasn't this the myriad year tree spirit, Lu Wang? Elder Lu, why did you come out? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wang ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he bowed his body and narrowed his eyes, a bright light blossoming within them. The purple drake immediately stared at Lu Wang with vigilance, a faint trace of fear in its eyes. Only now did Lu Wang notice the purple drake. This little fellow clearly has the bloodline of dragons. Although it's rare, it's still very pure. Ling Xiao replied. It's an ancient beast, a descendant of a dragon and a drake. He paused for a moment before asking, Elder Lu, you said this is myriad year stone emulsion? Lu Wang beamed. Of course. This place must have been here for over 10,000 years. Otherwise, how could it have nurtured such a divine liquid? It looks like I can speed up my recovery. It can help you recover? Ling Xiao asked. That's only natural. To us tree spirits, it's like a heavenly dew. Each drop contains pure energy, and with so much of it here, it should be enough for me to recover 1/3 of my essence energy. That's great, said Lu Wang excitedly. Ling Xiao thought about how Lu Wang had regenerated all the plants in the Illusion Valley regardless of the price. He had used up an enormous amount of essence energy, yet the 10,000 year stone emulsion in front of him was able to recover 1/3 of it. From this, it could be imagined just how wondrous and precious the 10,000 year stone emulsion was. At the same time, he thought about how he desperately needed the 10,000 year stone emulsion. After Lu Wang said this, he opened his mouth and impatiently absorbed the 10,000 year stone emulsion in front of him. Ling Xiao quickly stopped it and said, Old Green, wait a moment. If there's anything, wait until I've absorbed the 10,000 year stone emulsion. Lu Wang was slightly displeased, and then he once more went to absorb the 10,000 year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao quickly stopped him. You can't absorb it for the time being. Why? Lu Wang asked in confusion. Because I want to use it as well, said Ling Xiao. Little friend, you can't be like this. It's very useful to me, Lu Wang said anxiously. Ling Xiao earnestly said, Old Green, don't worry. In the end, it'll still be yours. But before that, let me use it first. Ling Xiao finally recalled the information he had read about the 10,000 year stone emulsion in the Sex book depository. Every drop had the effect of cleansing the marrow, expanding the meridians, and stabilizing the mind. To anyone, this 10,000-year stone emulsion was a top-grade emulsion. Not only could it improve a martial artist's physique and increase their lifespan, but it could also increase their cultivation speed. Even an Earth Sovereign would go crazy over this divine elixir. When an Earth Sovereign wanted to break through to the Empyrean realm, they needed to unify their mind and reach the heavens. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had the miraculous effect of purifying one's mind. A top-grade divine elixir like this could only be chanced upon, not sought. How could Ling Xiao miss it? Moreover, besides collecting some 10,000-year stone emulsion, he also needed to borrow the cold energy of this cold pond to cultivate the fourth transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the bone refining realm. Back in Guzhai City, Ling Xiao had used the revitalizing viscera restoring pill to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the organ refining realm. Afterwards, he hadn't had the chance to cultivate the fourth transformation. Because the conditions for the fourth transformation were even more stringent, it had been delayed until now. Now that he had encountered this 10,000-year stone emulsion, Ling Xiao thought of using it to cultivate the fourth transformation. The fourth transformation, the bone refining realm, as its name suggested, was to reforge the tendons, steel, and iron bones so that all the marrow could reach a state where it couldn't be broken by blades or broken by swords. Normally, in order for a martial artist to reach this realm, they had to reach the Earth Sovereign stage and refine a body of Sovereign stage bones. Once the bone refining realm reached the large success stage, it would be even tougher than Earth Sovereign stage bones. Even an Empyrean powerhouse would find it difficult to destroy it. Even if a limb was severed, as long as the brain wasn't destroyed and the heart wasn't shattered, the limb could still be regenerated. This was the freakish aspect of the bone refining realm. It could be seen that the conditions needed to cultivate to this realm couldn't be casually met. Now, Ling Xiao wanted to use this 10,000-year stone emulsion to soak his body, freeze his bones, and cultivate the fourth transformation. The extremely cold liquid here was the best place to cultivate the bone refining realm. After Ling Xiao explained this to Lu Wang, Lu Wang finally suppressed his restless heart and returned to his spiritual sea. Ling Xiao knew that this cultivation might take some time, but he was afraid that his companions in the sect would worry. So he cut his finger, tore off a piece of cloth, and wrote a few words before handing it to the purple flood dragon, telling it to bring it back to the people of the Purple Sky sect and have them search for secret treasures while he stayed behind to cultivate. After doing all this, Ling Xiao took off his martial clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and robust body, and then slowly stepped into the cold pond. As soon as he came into contact with the cold pond, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The cold of the cold pond was by no means ordinary cold, but a bone-chilling cold that could directly penetrate the flesh and reach the marrow, making it difficult to endure. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, sat down in the cold pond, and began to circulate the golden steel 5 transformation technique. At the beginning, Ling Xiao's body was constantly trembling, his face turning blue and purple, as if he had been seriously injured, causing him unbearable pain. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had an extremely cold intent, attacking Ling Xiao's skin, flesh, and bones from all directions, freezing his marrow until it crackled. The coldness was like a sharp blade, cutting through his bones. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was as if he was going to lose his life. As the cold continued to invade, Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in pain. If it wasn't for his astonishing willpower, which made him unable to endure what normal people couldn't, he would have probably rushed out of the cold pond. The golden steel 5 transformation technique in Ling Xiao's body absorbed the cold intent and began to temper the bones of his body. The 3 parts returning origin qi also began to slowly circulate on its own, absorbing strands of cold energy to strengthen the ice attribute spirit force, and finally returning to his dantian. The cold pond had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the cold energy at the bottom of the cave surged. Not long after, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely frozen. The cold energy invaded Ling Xiao's body again and again, and his bones were unexpectedly covered with a thin layer of ice mist. His meridians and blood vessels were also frozen by the cold energy, making it difficult for them to circulate. Fortunately, the blue demon flame in his sea of consciousness was a pure yang flame, and it separated a few strands of warm spirit force, allowing Ling Xiao to regain consciousness. Ling Xiao quivered and hurriedly accelerated the circulation of his mysterious qi, making his meridians and blood vessels become active again. Gradually, Ling Xiao adapted to the cold under the two mysterious qi, but his complexion was still frighteningly pale. For several days, Ling Xiao spent half a day soaking in the 10,000-year stone emulsion, and the four transformation, bone refining, was gradually opened, advancing towards the small success realm. After a few days, Ling Xiao had completely adapted to the cold here, and the bone marrow in his body finally produced a few strange changes, but these changes were not very big and were hard to notice. After these few days of cultivation, in addition to adapting to the cold here, Ling Xiao's skin also became smooth and delicate. Her skin was as white and smooth as a newborn baby's, giving people the urge to caress it. Ling Xiao didn't notice any of this. He was just immersed in his cultivation. Like this, a few days passed, and Ling Xiao had been in this cave for a whole half a month. Counting the days, it had been 20 days since he entered the heaven-suppressing sect. After counting the days, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to cultivate. After half a month, Ling Xiao used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to stabilize to the small success realm of bone refining. His bones had become a lot tougher, and in the future, when the fire desire was reborn, he would be able to cultivate to the large success realm. In addition, his skin and internal organs had received a new round of nourishment and strengthening, and his defensive ability was no longer the same as before. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh at the magic of this 10,000-year stone emulsion. If he cultivated in another cold place, it would be difficult to reach the small success realm in less than a year. Ling Xiao came out of the cold pond and summoned Lu Wang. "Old Lu, you can enjoy it now," Ling Xiao said with a smile, but in his heart he was proudly muttering, "You're still drinking the water I wash my feet with, haha." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Wang revealed an impatient expression, and he opened his mouth and sucked in the cold pond. Whoosh! The 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond flowed backwards into Lu Wang's mouth. Lu Wang was like a bottomless pit, and he quickly absorbed all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond. All that was left was some useless water. Whoosh! After absorbing all the 10,000-year stone emulsion, Lu Wang quickly entered Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and began to slowly digest the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao took out a bottle and muttered, "I also want to drink a mouthful first." The bottle in his hand was actually the 10,000-year stone emulsion that he had already collected earlier. Whether it was now or in the future, such a precious item would be frequently used. How could Ling Xiao not prepare some? Ling Xiao opened the bottle and drank all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in one gulp. Immediately after, waves of pure energy began to surge like a tide, washing through his limbs and organs. Ling Xiao felt his entire body become extremely comfortable. It was as if he was swimming in the summer or soaking in the warmth of winter. He enjoyed the pleasure of being washed again and again. All the impurities and hidden injuries in his body were cleansed, and his meridians and acupoints were once again warmed and expanded. After a long time, when Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that his entire body was covered in a layer of black stuff. It was so smelly that it made him feel nauseous. "It can actually wash my marrow and meridians. That's great." Ling Xiao looked at the black stuff and jumped up. Chapter 3:24. Ling Xiao used the clear water to wash his body, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort and calmness. The speed at which his spiritual energy circulated had almost doubled. This was the benefit of washing his meridians and marrow. Ling Zhao's cultivation tenbin was already monstrous, and now that his physical fitness had increased, his cultivation speed was even faster. It's time to leave. I've made them wait for so long. I should give them some compensation, Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the space ring in his hand. Just as he was about to summon the purple flood dragon centipede to take him away, he glanced at the edge of the cold pond and saw a milky white flower. Ling Xiao walked closer and found that the petals and stem of this flower were actually the same color as the 10,000-year stone emulsion. No wonder he hadn't seen it before. Now that the 10,000-year stone emulsion had been completely absorbed by Lu Wang, all that was left in the cold pond was clear water, and this flower had become very obvious. After Ling Xiao looked at this flower for a long time, he cried out in surprise, "Oh, great!" His whole body bounced up from the ground. "Io!" Ling Xiao was too pleased with himself and had jumped too high. His head had made intimate contact with the stone wall of the cave, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Ling Xiao ignored the pain and bent down to pick up the flower growing in the cold pond. "Cold milk sacred flower. I didn't think I would see it here. The heavens really are protecting me," Ling Xiao said happily as he looked at the flower in his hand. The cold milk sacred flower was a low 6th grade spirit grass. It needed to be nurtured in an extremely cold place in a 10,000-year ice pond in order to grow. Ling Xiao had never thought that the 10,000-year stone emulsion would be able to nurture such a wondrous flower. Moreover, it was a grade higher than the average cold milk sacred flower, reaching the mid-6th grade. This kind of sacred flower had great benefits for ice and water attribute cultivators, but it also had immeasurable value for alchemists. Not only could it increase ice attribute spirit energy, but it could also expand one's knowledge C and increase one's mental strength. After an alchemist absorbed it, their mental strength would multiply, speeding up their comprehension of alchemy techniques and techniques. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally needed this sacred flower even more urgently. He felt that the amount of mental energy he had gained from cultivating the soul-controlling art was extremely slow and couldn't satisfy his needs at all. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. How could he not be satisfied with such speed? He had always wanted to borrow the help of some spiritual herbs to increase his spiritual power, but unfortunately, such spiritual herbs were rare. Now that this cold milk saint flower had appeared, he was truly ecstatic. He looked at the sleeping purple drake, and his heart was filled with gratitude. He secretly praised, "This guy really brings me good luck." Ling Xiao calmed his excitement and sat down cross-legged so that he was in peak condition. Then, he carefully took out the cold milk sacred flower and tore off a petal to chew on. The cold milk sacred flower grew in a land of extreme cold. The coldness it contained could definitely freeze an elephant to death. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had soaked in the cold pond for half a month, and with the help of the heavenly frost chi from the origin restoring chi, he was able to swallow the petal. Immediately after, the coldness in his body became cold, and his entire body was instantly wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Ling Xiao had actually turned into a statue, sitting cross-legged and motionless, as if he had been sealed in ice. But in reality, the vitality in his body was still flourishing, and his ice attribute spirit energy continued to grow. His knowledge sea emitted a strong suction force, guiding the coldness into his knowledge sea. His knowledge sea, which had already been liquefied, quietly began to change. Ling Zhao's knowledge sea was originally different from that of an ordinary person and was much larger than that of an ordinary person. Later, after it was expanded by the 3 great exotic creatures, it had long since become unimaginably vast. In this knowledge sea, there was a small pool that had already liquefied. If one carefully counted, there should be more than 100 drops of translucent milk. After absorbing the cold milk sacred flower, clumps of ice-cold intent assaulted his sea of consciousness. Not long after, his knowledge sea was immediately divided into 4 parts. One part was occupied by a gradually growing small tree. The other 2 parts were occupied by 2 beads, one gray and one blue, respectively, and the outer part was occupied by the newly added coldness. The coldness was extremely fearful of those three places and could only attack other empty places. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation. He only knew that his knowledge was frozen to the point that he was going crazy, and his mind had become sluggish and stiff. He wanted to go in and investigate, but he was powerless. He could only silently circulate the soul-controlling knack in his heart, hoping to alleviate this pain as soon as possible. With a casual change of the soul-controlling knack, that mass of coldness was gradually squeezed and refined. Finally, that invisible mass of coldness was refined into a liquid state, and drops of pure milk dripped into the knowledge that had already liquefied. After an unknown amount of time, that mass of coldness actually squeezed out a total of 60 or 70 drops of spiritual liquid, and his knowledge was once again expanded. Now, Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid had increased by more than half, and his knowledge had expanded by a quarter. Even a heavenly venerable or a 7th-grade alchemist might not have a knowledge as deep and broad as Ling Xiao's. A single petal had allowed Ling Xiao's knowledge to grow so much, and this made him wild with joy. He thought to himself, a 6th-grade spirit herb is actually extraordinary. The cold milk sacred flower had a total of 4 petals, and Ling Xiao didn't even think about it before tearing off another petal and swallowing it. Ever since he started cultivating the soul-controlling knack, spiritual energy attacks had become Ling Xiao's most powerful trump card, and he could even kill a monarch stage powerhouse. However, his lack of spiritual energy had repeatedly limited his ability to attack and the number of times he could attack. Before this, he had always been troubled by finding this kind of spirit herb that could increase his spiritual energy. He hadn't expected that there would be such a good thing in the cave where the purple flood dragon lived. This was simply making Ling Xiao crazy. Ling Xiao made up his mind that once he left this place, he would definitely take good care of this little earthworm. Perhaps one day he would be able to rely on it to find even more good things. Ling Xiao had tasted the sweetness of the first petal, and thus forgot about leaving this place. He planned to absorb the remaining 3 petals before doing anything else. Ling Xiao spent another 2 days to completely absorb the remaining petals. Now, he felt that his spiritual energy had grown stronger and stronger, and he felt that he could kill a spirit herb rank expert with a single thought. Even a monarch stage powerhouse would be able to escape his wrath, and not a single blade of grass or tree within a 10,000-kilometer radius could escape his senses. Currently, he was using his spiritual energy to control objects. This was one of the more profound skills of manipulation, controlling objects with mind. Successfully cultivating this skill meant that his spiritual energy was already quite powerful, and when he could control objects weighing 10,000 kilograms, he would have reached the stage of great accomplishment. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy gathered into a giant palm. He slowly controlled this giant palm that only he could sense to move to a spot a few meters away from him, and then grabbed at it. The soil here was much heavier than in other places, and the area that one hand grabbed weighed at least 250 kilograms. Ling Xiao first wanted to see if he could lift this hand of soil. He carefully lifted it with all his might. He originally thought that 250 kilograms of soil would take a lot of effort to lift, but who would have thought that he would actually be able to lift it as easily as a feather? The pile of soil seemed to have risen from the air, floating in midair, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Ling Xiao grinned, and then controlled the pile of soil to fly around in midair, as if he didn't feel tired at all, and instead felt that it was as light as a feather. Ling Xiao played with it for a while, then put the pile of soil down again, and gathered his spiritual energy once more into an even larger giant palm. This time, he intended to see if he could lift 2,000 kilograms of soil. He wanted to know where his limits were, so that he could surprise his enemies in the future and achieve an awe-inspiring effect. When using his spiritual energy to control 2,000 kilograms of soil, Ling Xiao clearly felt that it was a lot more strenuous, and his forehead was already covered in fine sweat, but he still managed to lift the 2,000 kilograms of soil. He could lift 2,000 kilograms of soil, but controlling it consumed a lot of energy. After putting down 2,000 kilograms of soil, Ling Xiao recovered and then tried to increase the weight. After a few repeated attempts, he finally knew that he could lift 3,000 kilograms of soil at most. 3,000 kilograms of soil was equivalent to a very large rock, and in battle, if he were to control such a large rock to launch a surprise attack, his opponent would probably be unable to guard against it. However, this 3,000 kilograms of soil still couldn't cause too much harm to experts at the king rank and above. Only by reaching a weight of more than 5,000 kilograms and being able to control it as he pleased would he be able to smash a king rank expert to death. However, the realm of divine object manipulation was not only used for attacking, but also for alchemy. Only then would it have a deeper effect. This realm allowed an alchemist to reach the medicine refinement realm. Previously, although Ling Xiao could use this realm, it was completely due to black medicine glory. If it was any other cauldron, he wouldn't have been able to do it. But now it was different. No matter what cauldron he used, he could easily use the medicine refinement realm. At the same time, it also showed another benefit, and that was the realm of telekinesis. In order to reach this realm, one would need to reach the Earth King rank at the very least. Regarding the current situation, Ling Xiao was unprecedentedly satisfied. With his current state, the number of times he could use his spiritual energy had greatly increased, and he could use it 5 times in a row to instantly kill a martial artist of a higher rank than himself. This way, he wouldn't be in a state of exhaustion like before. As for whether or not he could fight against an Earth King rank expert, he would have to try to find out. However, Ling Xiao knew that even if he couldn't instantly kill an Earth King rank expert, he could still teach them a lesson. Ling Xiao rewarded a stalk of crimson red grass and a rank 4 spirit beast core to the purple flood dragon. He stroked its smooth body with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little dragon, you really are my lucky star. In the future, if there's a chance, I will definitely let you ascend to a divine beast." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Let's go. We'll leave this place first." The purple flood dragon swallowed the crimson red grass and the beast core in satisfaction, then picked up Ling Xiao and left the cave. When he returned to the original place, the purple sky sex group was no longer there. Ling Xiao knew that they might have already continued to search for the treasures here. Just as Ling Xiao was about to spread out his senses to search for their auras, the sound of profound skills exploding came from afar. Ling Xiao's eyes jumped a few times, and he muttered, "Could it be that something happened to them?" Chapter 325. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked into the distance. He wasn't sure if something had happened to his comrade from his sect. After all, it wasn't just the people from the Purple Sky sect that were in this secret realm. The people from other sects were also searching for valuable items here. Ling Xiao was worried about his comrade's safety, and in order to speed up, he ordered the purple drake to travel on the ground and rush towards the direction of the battle. Not long after, Ling Xiao and the purple drake emerged from the ground. Ling Xiao arrived at the foot of a giant mountain. This was the highest mountain he had ever seen. Standing here, he felt that he had become very small, like a speck of dust in the universe. He seemed so insignificant. This must be the main peak. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and sighed. The purple drake on Ling Xiao's waist looked up and couldn't help but shrink its head into Ling Xiao's chest, as if there was something on this mountain that it was afraid of. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about anything else and hurriedly rushed forward. However, he could clearly feel that there were no sounds of battle here. As soon as he stepped into the foot of the mountain, he saw corpses lying all over the place. These corpses had all died not long ago, and some were still bleeding. It seemed that the battle had taken place here. Ling Xiao looked at the corpses anxiously. Fortunately, he didn't find anyone from his sect. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He kicked the ground with one foot and rushed up the mountain peak. Ling Xiao was worried about his comrade's safety, so he moved quickly. He didn't run far before he heard the voices of a few people. Senior Brother Liu, this giant mountain must be the main peak, and the main hall must be up there. We're rich this time. That's right, the people from the Black Sky Alliance actually wanted to share the spoils, but they didn't even get a chance. Junior brothers, don't be careless. Since this is the main peak, there must be hidden traps everywhere. We should be careful. Senior brother is right. Junior brother will remember. Ling Xiao's hearing was exceptional. After hearing this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he urged the purple drake to hurry back to the mountain peak. The purple flood dragon centipede was like a fish in water, its speed unparalleled. However, it still took more than 6 hours to reach the peak of the mountain. It could be seen how tall and majestic the mountain was. When Ling Xiao arrived at the top of the mountain, he was shocked by the messy state of the mountain. Who would have thought that this mountain peak had actually been blasted into a scene of desolation and devastation? The only thing worth being reluctant to part with was that the spiritual qi here was still as dense as before. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to search the peak of the mountain to see if anyone had arrived before him. Wave after wave of mental power spread out. Ling Xiao frowned. He could clearly feel that there were many people on the mountain peak. Ling Xiao couldn't help but find it funny when he thought about how those people killed their opponents first. Presumably, they didn't know about the situation up there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so anxious to kill the disciples of the other sect. Ling Xiao rushed in the direction of the crowd. Not long after, he saw a few simple and dignified halls appear in front of him. These halls were much more magnificent than the ones he had seen before. Even though they had been mostly destroyed, there were still some remnants of their former glory, which gave people a great shock. Even Ling Xiao, who had a strong mind, felt that this hall was truly majestic. It was like a celestial mountain or a pavilion. It gave people an illusory feeling and made them want to occupy this place and become the king of this place. Ling Xiao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked straight ahead. There were already many young disciples from various sects gathered in front of him, each holding a profound artifact in their hands as they fought. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they were actually fighting with their lives on the line. Ling Xiao didn't even need to think to know that this was definitely a fight over the items in the hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what dangers there are in the hall. If we fight now, the gains won't make up for the losses. Just as Ling Xiao was about to quietly head towards the hall, he noticed a few familiar figures. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before remembering that these were the people from the Tai Li sect who had escaped. Ling Xiao's killing intent was gradually revealed. If he didn't kill them now, when would he wait? Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill them, he found that they were facing a group of people. There were a total of 16 people in this group, and they were very polite to the people from the Tai Li sect. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people and felt that they looked a little familiar, as if he had met them before. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and ears and carefully listened to what they were saying. "Have you found anyone from the Purple Sky sect?" a young man from the Tai Li sect asked. The young man nodded and replied, "Yes, they are in the hall in front of us. There are a total of 13 people, but you don't see the young man you described." The young man from the Tai Li sect pondered for a moment before smiling. "Great, it seems that something must have happened to that kid. Take us there now. We must avenge the young sect master and the others." After he finished speaking, he was about to lead his fellow sect members in a certain direction. However, when he turned around, he saw that the people from the other sect had not followed. For no reason, he frowned and said, "Hurry up and follow us." The person who had just spoken revealed a troubled expression. "The people from the Purple Sky sect are not weak. You might not go back on your word. Don't worry, our Tai Li sect will not go back on our word. As long as you can help us get rid of those trash from the Purple Sky sect, we will definitely propose to the elders that we form an alliance with your moon-worshipping sect. At that time, it will be easy for our two sects to annex the Purple Sky sect. At that time, your moon-worshipping sect will be able to replace us," the disciple from the Tai Li sect replied. "Are you serious?" The person asked cautiously. What? You don't believe me? The disciple from the Tylee sect replied, unhappily. No. How could that be? Then let's go over now. The person replied with a wave of his hand. After saying this, the group of people hurriedly ran in a certain direction. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. So it's a disciple from the moon-worshipping sect. No wonder his clothes are so familiar. Ling Xiao quietly followed behind these people. With his current strength, no one present was a match for him, and it was even more impossible for them to easily discover his whereabouts. The group didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the walls of a large hall. As expected, Ling Xiao saw Chen Wenyu and the others, but their situation wasn't very good. Each of them had more or less some injuries on their bodies, and 2 of them were seriously injured. Their auras were extremely weak. One of the 2 injured people was Shi Tianhou. Within the sect, Ling Xiao didn't have many friends, but Shi Tianhou and Jia Xiao happened to be one of them. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had only been focused on cultivating and had forgotten about his role as a leader. At this time, the person from the Tylee sect arrived in front of Chen Wenyu and the others and shouted, I've finally found you bastards. Everyone go and kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Tylee sect and the dozen from a moon-worshipping sect all charged towards Chen Wenyu and the others. Chen Wenyu and the others hurriedly fought. Ling Xiao's face darkened as he watched all of this. He summoned the Golden Wolf King and said, Little Gold, you haven't eaten meat in a long time. Today, I allow you to eat people. The Golden Wolf King was very pleased. It looked up to the sky and howled, then pounced towards the people from the Tylee sect and the moon-worshipping sect. No one knew what was going on, but the sudden appearance of such a large spirit beast scared them to the point where they dodged in all directions. Luo Ming cried out in surprise. It's junior brother Ling's mount. He's back. When the people from the Purple Sky sect heard this, everyone's aura was greatly shaken. Get rid of these bastards. Chen Wenyu shook his arm and roared. He took the lead to meet a person from the Tylee sect. The others all gathered their strength and exploded with unprecedented fighting spirit. They knew that as long as Ling Xiao was here, they would definitely be fine. Before this, Ling Xiao's strength had already been deeply imprinted in their hearts. As long as Ling Xiao was by their side, no matter how strong their opponents were, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The people from the Purple Sky sect were greatly shaken, while the people from the Tylee sect and the moon-worshipping sect were scared out of their wits. They had thought that they would definitely be able to defeat the people from the Purple Sky sect, but who knew that such a terrifying spirit beast would appear? A mid-tier 4th-rank spirit beast was comparable to a mid-tier king stage human martial artist. Even if they had the strength to fight against a low-tier king stage martial artist, they would not dare to fight against this spirit beast. Without any hesitation, everyone scattered in all directions like birds. However, it wasn't easy for the Golden Wolf King to come out for a breather, so how could it let them escape? Moreover, its strength had greatly increased. If it let these people escape, it would lose face in front of its master. How could it tolerate this? The Golden Wolf King's body was like lightning, pouncing again and again towards the fleeing people from the 2 sections. One young martial artist after another became food in its mouth. The people from the Tylee sect and the moon-worshipping sect were so frightened that they screamed again and again. The people from the moon-worshipping sect were even more regretful. Why did such a powerful spirit beast suddenly appear? Now, they were even going to lose their lives here. Ling Xiao watched all of this coldly, without any pity in his heart. The moon-worshipping sect actually wanted to ally with the Tylee sect to deal with the Purple Sky sect. After a while, there were only 2 people left in the group. These 2 people were from the moon-worshipping sect. No one from the Tylee sect was left, as they had all been devoured by the Golden Wolf King. The remaining 2 people were surrounded and killed by the people from the Purple Sky sect. One of them even threw away his profound artifact and knelt down to beg for mercy. Everyone, please spare me. I am the grandson of the moon-worshipping sect's great elder. You can't kill me, or else it will only cause a war between the 2 sections. The other moon-worshipping sect disciple saw this and angrily shouted, Senior brother, how can you lose the face of our sect? Even if you die, you should die with some backbone. How can you kneel to them? You may want to die, but I don't want to die. I'm still young, so please, senior brothers, ancestor, spare me. The young man glared at his companion and then continuously wiped away his tears as he begged Chen Wenyu and the others for mercy. Chen Wenyu and the others hadn't said anything when a faint voice rang out. Xiao Jin, eat them all. They're an eyesore. Immediately after, a golden shadow flickered, and the kneeling young man immediately became a headless corpse. The other person had some backbone, and knowing that he couldn't escape, he raised his sword and slashed at his neck. Chapter 3:26. The Tylee sect and the moon-worshipping sect were all destroyed, as well as the River Underworld sect and the Six Extreme sect. The people from the Purple Sky sect had exterminated the younger generation of these four sections. The combined strength of three of these four sects was much stronger than that of the people from the Purple Sky sect, and the strength of the moon-worshipping sect was not far off from them. It was truly inconceivable that they had all died at their hands. However, this was not a strong enemy that the people of the Purple Sky sect wanted to make. Who told them to be bullied first? They were purely defending themselves. If others were to find out that the young generation of the 8th-ranked Purple Sky sect had killed all the elite disciples of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th-ranked sects, it would not only cause a bloody storm, but it would also make people sigh with emotion that the young generation of the Purple Sky sect had risen. Otherwise, how could they kill so many opponents of the same level, or even stronger than them, with such a small number of people? Right now, they didn't have the time to care about this. It would be a good thing if they could get out of the secret realm alive on the day it reopened. Ling Xiao walked out and said to the crowd, "What happened these past few days? Why did they all come here?" When the people of the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao, their faces were filled with joy, and their originally grim expressions relaxed. Chen Wenyu stepped forward and said, "Ling Xiao, ever since you had the Purple Drake bring us the news, we began to look everywhere for opportunities. But along the way, we didn't find anything of value. As for 2 days ago, we suddenly saw a multicolored light flashing in this area. We believed that there must be a rare treasure being born here, so we rushed over here. On the way, we encountered several waves of spirit beast attacks. If we hadn't escaped quickly, I'm afraid." Ling Xiao paid attention to everyone's expressions. It seemed like they hadn't been doing very well these past few days. However, there were dangers everywhere in this secret realm. It was already a blessing that no one had died. Ling Xiao interrupted Chen Wenyu and said, "Then, did you guys find anything here?" Chen Wenyu shook his head and said helplessly, "This place has already been occupied by the people from the 3 sections. We don't dare to go in and investigate." "What about the 3 sects?" Ling Xiao said in surprise, then frowned and said, "Did they come here first?" "That's right. They've also said that only people from one sect can enter the hall with them." Chen Wenyu sighed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "They're really overbearing. Although there are many people from the 3 sects, they're all powerful. Junior apprentice brother, how about we just give up? In any case, who knows if the things in this hall have already been swept clean by others," said Chen Wenyu. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Zhao Nan said, "Senior brother Chen, what are you afraid of? There are only other small sects here. With our strength, it won't be difficult for us to share with them." What Zhao Nan said was the truth. For the top 10 sects had been destroyed, and the most powerful 3 sects were here. Then the strongest was their Purple Heaven sect. What's more, the Purple Heaven sect had added Ling Xiao himself. Even if their strength wasn't on par with the 3 sects, they were still qualified to share the things inside with them. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd. Most of them looked excited. It seemed that they all wanted to go in and try their luck. This was related to their life's destiny. It had to be known that wealth came from danger. If they didn't take a gamble now, when would they? What's more, the current situation was favorable to their Purple Heaven sect. As long as Ling Xiao nodded his head, it would be a done deal. Ling Xiao wasn't as optimistic as they thought. Why did one of the 3 sects want to share the things in the hall with them? This was obviously not normal. First, since they had already occupied the hall, as long as they had the ability, it would be easy for them to take away the things inside. From this point of view, they were just sitting back and watching the tigers fight, letting the young generation of each sect kill each other. This way, the foundation of each sect's future generation would be shaken, and in the future, no sect would be able to compare with them. Second, perhaps they had occupied this place, but had no way to break the restrictions inside, so they planned to combine the strength of another sect to break the restrictions together. But this was too far-fetched. They were the strongest, and if even they couldn't break the restrictions, there was no reason that other sects could. Ling Xiao had to be more considerate. Although there might be something coveted in the hall, if people died, what could they enjoy it with? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he called out to everyone and found a place to rest first. At the same time, he also took out his own healing pills for Shi Tianhou and another disciple to take. Although the two of them also had healing pills, the quality was much worse than Ling Xiao's own. You guys rest here for a while. I'll take a look, Ling Xiao said to everyone, then closed his eyes. Ling Xiao used his spiritual force to slowly advance towards these halls. But when his spiritual force swept past the halls in front of him, he didn't find anything. The people of the three sects shouldn't be here. When he swept the innermost hall that was relatively intact, Ling Xiao's spiritual force was fiercely repelled. Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The people of the Purple Sky sect were all startled. Xiao, how are you? Yu Laiyin, Bing Ruoshui, and Wen Qidi all cried out in concern. Luo Meiying could only look at Ling Xiao with concern and nervousness, but she didn't cry out. From her expression, it could be seen that she was no less nervous about Ling Xiao than the other girls. The people of the Purple Sky sect all gathered around, and Chen Wenyu asked from the side, Junior brother, are you all right? Ling Xiao wiped away the blood and replied, I'm fine, follow me. Ling Xiao had already guessed that there shouldn't be anything good in these damaged halls. The real value should be in the deepest hall at the back. This hall looked a bit smaller than the other halls. It was divided into a total of 3 pavilions. 2 of the pavilions had already been mostly destroyed, and only the one in the middle was still relatively intact. And the backlash that Ling Xiao had just received came from this pavilion. Since even spiritual force could be isolated, it could be assumed that the restrictions here were extremely powerful. The group of people followed Ling Xiao over. Just as they were about to approach the Great Hall, Ling Xiao made a stop motion. There were 3 people standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, 2 men and a woman. Each of them was guarding a direction, and their eyes were extremely cold as they looked at the approaching people from the Purple Sky sect. One of the men wearing a star robe laughed sinisterly. If you dare take a step forward, kill without mercy. Junior brother Ling. The 3 of them are from the 3 sections. Chen Wenyu whispered into Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. The 3 youths in front of him all had the aura of a peak high spirit master. It seemed that they were the weakest of the 3 sects, and could only be reduced to guarding the door. This showed just how powerful the people from the 3 sects were. At the same time, Ling Xiao thought of the people from the Tyli sect. They were the 4th-ranked sect, and each group had 4 people half a step into the king tier. It seemed that the number of people half a step into the king tier in the 3 sects was no less than that of the Tyli sect, perhaps even more. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were hesitating about whether or not to continue forward, a rumbling explosion came from within the Great Hall. At the same time, a few terrifying auras shot into the sky. Ha! We've finally broken through this damned restriction. I didn't think that even with our 3 great spirit treasures, it would take us half a month to break through. There must be something extraordinary inside. A hearty laugh came from within. Then another unhappy voice said, Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys weren't willing to take out your trump cards, how could it have taken us so long to break through? Don't quarrel. Let's see what's inside first, a beautiful voice said. Ling Xiao and the others all heard the loud shouts from within. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else's eyes burned with passion. At the same time, the disciples of the other sects all rushed over from afar. Of the nearly 200 disciples who had entered the secret realm, excluding those who were injured or dead, the rest should be here. There are less than 50 people in total. However, the 50 people who survived were the most powerful people of their respective sections. Hurry up and go in. There must be something high-level inside. Someone who wasn't afraid of death shouted and rushed towards the Great Hall. His shout immediately ignited everyone's impulses. That's right. There must be a lot of good things inside. I must get them. The 1-month deadline is up. We can't go back empty-handed. Dozens of people all roared and rushed into the Great Hall. They had gone through many hardships to get here, but their hands were still empty. Whether it was for the sect or for their own future, they had to fight here. Even if they had to become enemies with the 3 sects, they couldn't give up on the temptation. Once they obtained something high level, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the peak for the rest of their lives. In front of the Great Hall, the young man representing the Light Star Hall pulled out a short blade and shouted, "Whoever takes a step forward will die." After shouting, the short blade in his hand shot out a pure white flash towards the person who was running the fastest. The person in front wasn't a soft sieve that could be easily pinched. The large blade in his hand met the white light. Clang! That person blocked the white light and shouted. But before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck and his head was immediately separated from his body. This bloody scene would have been shocking under normal circumstances, but now everyone was thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Could it be that with so many people here, they still couldn't break through the 3 sects' defensive line? Couldn't they just take 1 or 2 things? The dozens of people didn't stop, each of them summoning their spirit beasts and wielding their profound artifacts as they charged into the Great Hall. The young people representing the 3 sects felt their scalps go numb. Although the 3 of them had extraordinary strength, the dozens of people here weren't that much weaker than them. If they really fought, they would be powerless. In just a moment, many people passed through the Great Hall's entrance and charged in. "Junior brother, should we?" Chen Wenyu's eyes flashed as he asked. "Let's wait and see," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "What are you hesitating for? Although the 3 sects are strong, we have more people," Zhao Nen anxiously said for the side. Just at this moment, a series of miserable screams came from within the Great Hall. Everyone was startled by the screams and stopped. Chapter 3:27. Screams rang out from within the hall, sounding particularly ear-piercing. "Lowly ants like you dare to touch the things of our 3 sects? You really don't know the meaning of death." As soon as the voice rang out, a sharp golden sword light blossomed into the sky. A figure swiftly swept out from within the hall. This person was tall and mighty, his entire body suffused with a golden luster. He was like a blazing sun as he swept towards the group. In his hand was a giant sword suffused with golden light, emitting a cold aura. His bloodthirsty eyes were frightening. This young man, who was like an iron tower like the blazing sun, was absolutely a half-step king rank expert. Moreover, he was a peak half-step king rank expert that might step foot into the king rank at any time. His aura was completely released, and everyone felt suffocated. This person was the leader of the Chongjian sect's disciples, Luo Baxing. He charged into the dozens of people without saying a word, the giant sword in his hand like a scythe cutting grass. Every time he swung it, someone would be beheaded. Streams of blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. This feels great. Come on, let this king kill to his heart's content." Luo Baxing seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, and every time he killed someone, he felt incomparable pleasure. This person was so bloodthirsty, he was truly cruel. More than half of the dozens of people who had charged forward were killed by Luo Baxing's swordlight. Everyone was so frightened that they retreated again and again. Their minds finally regained clarity, and they realized that the things here were not something that they could touch with their strength. "Want light? Not a chance." Luo Baxing glanced at a young man who had already fled more than 10 meters away, and he used his giant sword to slash at him. Uft! half a step into the king stage could use some of his spiritual energy for his own use, and the speed of his spiritual energy was extremely fast. The young man was instantly cut in half from behind. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs, and they were filled with regret. At this moment, a voice came from within the hall. "Brother Luo, if you don't hurry up, the things inside will belong to me and Mainyang." "Oof, don't even think about it." Luo Baxing snorted coldly, and his whole body shot out like a bolt of lightning. "Die, all of you!" Luo Baxing shouted as he leapt into the air. He kept swinging his giant sword, sending out a barrage of razor-sharp afterimages. The rest of the people fled in all directions. They hated themselves for not having 2 more legs and for not running fast enough. The sword light was like a blade. Everyone did their best to resist, but their strength was limited. They could only be slaughtered. However, there were a few high-rank spirit masters who took advantage of the chaos to escape and avoid being killed in one fell swoop. After a round of slaughter, Luo Baxing caressed the blade of his giant sword and wiped the scarlet blood on it with his finger. He licked his tongue and sneered, "Tis tsk, so sweet." As he gazed at the corpses on the ground, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of pity, he instead seemed extremely satisfied and refreshed. When he was about to turn around and return to the main hall, 2 bloodthirsty eyes looked in one direction. There's actually a sect that's still here." Luo Baxing muttered to himself, then strode toward Ling Xiao's group. The huge sword in his hand emitted a few dazzling golden rays. Swoosh! Several golden rays of sword light blasted toward Ling Xiao's group without any explanation. Ling Xiao frowned and shouted, "All of you back off!" With that, he turned into a blur and took the initiative to meet Luo Baxing. The others retreated, not a trace of worry on their faces. They all knew that Ling Xiao's strength was unfathomable. Even a low-level monarch would die on the spot, let alone a half-step monarch. Ling Xiao didn't take out a weapon, instead meeting the rays with his bare fists. Luo Baxing sneered. "He dares to take my sword barehanded? There's something wrong with this guy's brain." Rumble! Ling Xiao's fists glowed with a golden light, and he punched away the sharp sword lights one after another. Luo Baxing's mouth fell open in shock. Ling Xiao stood still and looked coldly at Luo Baxing. "Don't provoke me." Ling Xiao remembered Xiao Songlin's warning to them before entering the secret realm. If they could avoid offending the 3 sects, then they should avoid doing so. After all, the 3 sects were quite powerful, and if anything went wrong, it could bring disaster to the Purple Sky sect. Luo Baxing stood in front of Ling Xiao, and he was even taller than Ling Xiao. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "What an arrogant brat. Which sect are you from? You should be proud to be able to make this king use his full strength." Ling Xiao met Luo Baxing's gaze and said quietly, "Ling Xiao of the Purple Sky sect." "The Purple Sky sect? It's rare for such a small sect to produce a talent like you. But be careful, you'll die young," Luo Baxing said frivolously as his huge sword slashed at Ling Xiao's head without warning. The huge sword slashed at Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, it only hit his afterimage. Luo Baxing's eyes jumped, but he found that Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him. "I said, don't provoke me, or else even the Heavenly King will die," Ling Xiao said as he kicked Luo Baxing in the back. Luo Baxing had underestimated his opponent and was caught off guard, throwing himself at him. Coincidentally, 2 more people walked out of the hall. The 2 of them were extremely surprised to see Luo Baxing fall to the ground. Their mouths were wide open and their pupils dilated, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Heavenly Star Hall lost his composure and sneered. "Why is Brother Luo lying on the ground? Is there something to eat on the ground?" "Xingzi, you're going too far." Brother Luo fell down, Wu Mingyang said with a face full of righteousness. Luo Baxing was about to go crazy when he heard their words. This was clearly undisguised mockery. Heavenly Star's words were direct and sarcastic, but Wu Mingyang's straightforwardness was like a knife cutting into his face. "Damn it, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Luo Baxing pushed off with his palms and flew back into the air. He glared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes, the huge sword in his hand glowing brightly. Luo Baxing, Heavenly Star, and Wu Meinyang were the most outstanding youths of the three sections. He, Luo Baxing, had made a fool of himself in front of the other two. He couldn't take this lying down, or he wouldn't be able to stand in front of them in the future. Swoosh, swoosh. Sword rays rained down, each one containing a terrifying amount of energy. In an instant, Ling Xiao was drowned in them. It was obvious that this attack was at least a blue-tier sword technique, comparable to a low-tier king-tier attack. "Junior brother!" Several people from the Purple Sky sect cried out in worry. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp clangs rang out from where Ling Xiao stood. Following that, streaks of sword light were blasted away one after another. When the sword rays dissipated, a tall and straight figure stood in place, completely unharmed. Ling Xiao's fists were suffused with golden light, but he didn't have any profound weapons in his hands. It looked like he'd used his fists to disperse the sword rays. This time, Heaven Star and Wu Meinyang, who were not far away, were shocked once more. How terrifying was his body to be able to block a sword ray that was half a step from the king tier with just his fists. Didn't that mean that this person possessed the strength of half a step from the king tier with just his body alone? The two of them stared at Ling Xiao's hands, hoping to see a pair of gloves or some kind of strange weapon on his hands. Unfortunately, they could see nothing but a pair of naked golden fists. The most shocked was none other than Luo Baxing, who just landed on the ground. He'd thought that he'd be able to dismember Ling Xiao with a single strike. He'd used 50% of his strength just now. Even a peak spirit master would die, and it wouldn't be easy for Heavenly Star or Wu Meinyang to receive this attack. Unfortunately, he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. His opponent was definitely not as simple as an ordinary high-rank spirit master. He also had a rather powerful body. "If you dare provoke me again," Ling Xiao said, glaring at Luo Baxing. Then he said heavily, "Die." "You good. This is the first time I, Luo Baxing, have heard such arrogant words. Even a king tier doesn't have the qualifications to speak in front of this king." Luo Baxing shouted a few times in anger and humiliation. His aura suddenly rose, and the surrounding air produced a slight pressure. Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful look, and his aura also rose. "Come, let me see if the three-sect strength is worthy of their name." Ling Xiao waved at Luo Baxing, full of fighting spirit. He'd already sensed the presence of Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang, so he changed his decision. "In this battle, we have to let these arrogant fellows see that not everyone can be bullied by the three sects and be trampled upon as they please." Ling Xiao also had his own pride and conceit. "You got guts. This king will let you know the difference between us." Luo Baxing shouted after he finished gathering his energy. He gripped his giant sword with both hands and swung it out in a crisscrossing arc. The sword arc carried half of the surrounding spiritual energy, and its destructive power and speed were more than 10 times greater than before. The sword arc arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea as they smashed into the center of the sword arc rumble. The sword arc didn't cause much damage to Ling Xiao. It was directly dispersed by his fists. Luo Baxing had long since taken advantage of the opportunity to attack above Ling Xiao's head. He slashed at Ling Xiao with an incomparably powerful Mount Tai suppression. "I don't believe your head is made of iron," Luo Baxing said coldly. When the giant sword landed in front of Ling Xiao, Luo Baxing felt that his attack had missed. He immediately cursed in his heart. His body was still falling. He couldn't fly freely like a true king, and he couldn't make any sudden changes. This was the moment when his weakness was exposed. How could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity to beat a dog when it was down? His fists were imbued with powerful spiritual energy, and they glowed with a golden light as he mercilessly punched Luo Baxing. Bang, bang. Luo Baxing was sent flying like a cannonball. He landed dozens of meters away before falling to the ground. Luo Baxing tried to crawl back up, but he tasted something sweet in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Ling Xiao hadn't given him any face just now. Every punch had been filled with his full strength, and Luo Baxing had suffered internal injuries. Ling Xiao looked down at Luo Baxing with an extremely disdainful expression. His eyes seemed to be saying, "So what if you're from the three sects? Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, you'd still be beaten down." Chapter 328. Luo Baxing slowly rose to his feet, his expression darkening. Anyone who saw his expression would know that he was furious, so furious that he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. "I'll kill you," Luo Baxing roared, his eyes bloodshot as he swung his giant sword at Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. This time, he didn't use an elemental attack to attack from afar, but instead chose to engage in close combat. His giant sword was a mid-fifth grade weapon, and even an Earth Sovereign wouldn't dare take it head-on. He knew that Ling Xiao's body was strong, but it couldn't possibly be stronger than a fifth-grade sword. Luo Baxing had chosen to engage in close combat precisely because of this. His plan was good, but he'd underestimated Ling Xiao. He'd suffered 2 blows in a row, but he hadn't expected Ling Xiao to possess the wind element. How else could he have evaded his attacks? Luo Baxing slashed at Ling Xiao's vitals over and over again, each slash astonishingly fast. Sword marks flashed all around Ling Xiao, as if each slash had dismembered Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao's reaction and speed were unparalleled. Even a king would find it difficult to match his speed, so how could he possibly be hit? Every time Ling Xiao brushed past the giant sword, it looked like a close shave, but he always managed to escape in the end. "That's all you've got? You're too weak," Ling Xiao said disdainfully after dodging a slash. This was the first time Luo Baxing had suffered such humiliation. He kept screaming and waving his giant sword, but he still couldn't touch even a hair on Ling Xiao. A strange light flashed in his eyes as a strange snake-shaped sword appeared in his other hand. This sword was very different from the giant sword in his right hand. It was only 1 meter long, and the hilt was a snake's head. The body of the sword was like a snake's body, and it was curved. A faint red halo was emitted from it, and it looked like a snake was floating in the air. The pair of intelligent snake eyes gave off a feeling that no one dared to look at them. As soon as this sword appeared, the swords held by everyone present trembled incessantly. Those swords seemed to be afraid. It was as if they had seen a superior emperor, and they had a faint feeling of worshipping him. "You should be proud that you forced me to use the hidden snake sword," Luo Baxing shouted. He put away his giant sword and stabbed several times with his left hand. Whoosh! Several crimson serpents quickly lunged at Ling Xiao from several directions. These snake shadows seemed to have substance, and their speed was peerlessly fast, making it impossible to guard against them. Ling Xiao was too close to Luo Baxing, and the speed of the hidden snake sword gave him quite a fright. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. He leaped backward several times in an instant. In the past, he would have been able to dodge the attacks with his speed. Unfortunately, although there was only a difference of 1 word between a profound artifact and a spirit artifact, their power was worlds apart. The snakes seemed to be moving, and they could change directions at will as they chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had just steadied himself when he saw the snakes in front of him. His eyes widened, and he couldn't dodge in time. Boom! Several fiery snakes smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Puffed. Ling Xiao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xiao, junior brother," the people from the Purple Sky sect exclaimed. Everyone ran in Ling Xiao's direction. "Ha! It's not fair for you to die to a spirit artifact." Luo Baxing laughed. "He's dead, and you'll be buried with him." Bing Ruoshui stopped and shouted. The ice sword in her hand shot out hailstones, all of them flying toward Luo Baxing. "Humph! A grain of light dares to compete with the moon? You don't know what's good for you." Luo Baxing snorted. The hidden snake's sword returned to his spatial ring, and the huge sword from before appeared in his hand again. Clang! Luo Baxing waved his hand, and the huge sword blocked all the sword flowers. Bing Ruoshui knew how strong Luo Baxing was. That move just now was just to distract him, and this move was the real killing move. The position of her sword was very tricky, and the sword aura was concentrated in one spot, stabbing toward Luo Baxing's armpit from the side. Swoosh! The sword aura crisscrossed, and the cold air was oppressive. Any other high-rank spirit master would have died on the spot if they weren't careful. Unfortunately, Luo Baxing wasn't a high-rank spirit master, but a true half-step king. Interesting, but not enough, Luo Baxing said disdainfully. He emptied his palm to meet the sword aura, and a golden palm print collided with the icy sword aura. The two energies immediately dissipated. At the same time, Luo Baxing turned around and swept his huge sword at Bing Ruoshui. The heavy sword didn't have a peak, but its momentum was like a rainbow. How could Bing Ruoshui's speed compare to Luo Baxing's? She was about to be hit. Sister Ruoshui, I'll help you. A beam of fire roared toward Luo Baxing like a dragon. It was Yu Lian who had come to help Bing Ruoshui. Luo Baxing's eyes twitched, and he had no choice but to block with his sword. Bing Ruoshui didn't budge. As soon as she landed, she kicked off the ground and stabbed her ice sword at Luo Baxing again. Reckless woman. Luo Baxing cursed as he was surrounded by enemies from both front and back. Golden light burst forth from his body. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Baxing's huge sword moved back and forth to block. The powerful shockwaves caused the two women's hands to bleed, and their swords fell to the ground. Another beauty. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in addition to the Charmflame sect. Not bad. Luo Baxing glanced at Yu Lian and smiled. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Hee, senior brother, you're really scary. Can you not kill me? Yu Lian smiled as she covered her injured hand. Her voice was lovely and moving. Her movements were naturally charming, and her peach blossom eyes were even more captivating. The surrounding men were all mesmerized by Yu Lian's voice, and they couldn't bear to hurt her. Luo Baxing seemed to be bewitched as well, and his movements became slightly sluggish. A beautiful smile hung on Yu Lian's face. She strode gracefully toward Luo Baxing with her voluptuous figure. Every smile and every movement of hers seemed to contain a charm that could steal one's soul. Not far away, Wu Meinyang stared at Yu Lian's every movement, and her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She exclaimed in her heart, This is definitely a natural charm. Great, I must pull her into our sect. I'm sure Master will like her very much. That way, I'll have another sister. Tianxing glanced at the expressionless Wu Meinyang with his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Meinyang, is she a member of your Yanmei sect? Wu Meinyang shook her head. Not now. Not now. Tianxing was startled, but he didn't understand. Yu Lian walked up to Luo Baxing and looked at him affectionately. She raised her hand and turned her fingers into plum blossoms. Senior brother, that sword of yours is so scary. Can you put it down? Yu Lian's voice was filled with temptation. No man could resist such seduction. Luo Baxing loosened his wrist, and the huge sword stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, Yu Lian's eyes lit up. She gathered powerful spiritual energy in her hand and punched at Luo Baxing's heart. Yu Lian had thought that this move would be enough to take Luo Baxing's life. Unfortunately, she'd underestimated Luo Baxing's ability. Her punch was caught by Luo Baxing. Yu Lian was shocked and wanted to retreat, but Luo Baxing clenched her fist tightly. TSK, TSK, since you've delivered yourself to me, then I won't hold back. Luo Baxing's eyes flashed with greed as he pulled Yu Lian into his arms. As the most outstanding disciple of the three sects, how could his willpower be so weak? Even Wu Meinyang of the Charmflame sect didn't dare to seduce him. Although Yu Lian was a natural charm, she hadn't cultivated a profound charm technique. The charm she emitted was effective against cultivators with average willpower, but it was useless against someone like Luo Baxing. Yu Laiyan resisted with all her might, but Luo Baxing was much stronger than her. He pressed her down and kissed her on the lips. "Let her go." Bing Ruoshui shouted and stabbed at Luo Baxing with her sword. Luo Baxing's expression turned sullen as he used Yu Laiyan to block Bing Ruoshui's sword. Bing Ruoshui panicked and twisted in midair, stabbing to the side. Luo Baxing seized the opportunity to grab Yu Laiyan and rush at Bing Ruoshui, ruthlessly kicking her slender waist. He didn't have any tenderness for the fairer sex. Puffed. Bing Ruoshui was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Purple Sky sect disciples couldn't hold back any longer, and they all surrounded Luo Baxing. Chen Wenyu stepped forward and shouted, "Your Excellency, please let her go. Don't go too far." Luo Baxing held Yu Lian's slender neck tightly and looked at the Purple Sky sect disciples with disdain. "You small sects dare to order me around? Believe it or not, I'll kill her first, then all of you." "Well, what do you want in exchange for letting her go?" Chen Wenyu asked, flustered. Now that Ling Zhao's fate was unknown, Chen Wenyu knew how powerful Luo Baxing was. Even if all of them ganged up on him, they might not be Luo Baxing's match. The scene of Luo Baxing's bloody massacre was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Luo Baxing laughed sinisterly. "Let this king have a taste of this woman first." "Pervert!" A few indignant voices shouted at the same time. "Ha! She's the one who delivered herself to my doorstep. If she pleases me, I might let you go. Otherwise, you can all go to hell." Luo Baxing lowered his head and sniffed Yu Lian's hair before laughing maniacally at the sky. All right. We'll immediately find a place with no one around. I'll serve you well." Yu Lian wasn't afraid of being restrained, and she spoke with a seductive voice. "Humph, your charm isn't enough, but that's the only way you'll be able to please me." Luo Baxing squeezed Yu Lian's neck and snorted. For a moment, the Purple Sky sect disciples' expressions turned ugly. If Yu Lian was humiliated, it would undoubtedly be the most direct insult to the Purple Sky sect. That would be even more unbearable than killing her directly. "Let her go, or you can die." A cold voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 329. There was no one else but Ling Xiao who spoke. He had been seriously injured by the hidden snake sword just now, but luckily he didn't lose his life. The hidden snake sword was a low-rank spirit weapon, but it was a fire attribute one. Luo Baxing had metal attribute spirit power, so the two couldn't be separated. He couldn't use the hidden snake sword to its full potential. Therefore, the energy that struck Ling Xiao was only the power of a high-rank monarch. If it was Ling Xiao who hadn't cultivated in the frigid pond for half a month, this move would have taken half his life. However, Ling Xiao's strength hadn't improved by leaps and bounds after cultivating in the frigid pond for half a month, but his body had become even more monstrous. Ling Xiao had used the 10 millennia stalagmite to cultivate his bones, but at the same time, he had also cultivated his skin, flesh, internal organs, and meridians. The defenses of all his body organs had doubled, and his bone-refining realm had already entered the small success stage. With Ling Zhao's current body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to withstand a full blow from a high-rank monarch. Even an Earth's sovereign wouldn't die in a short period of time. This was why Ling Xiao didn't use a profound artifact before, but just used his fist to fight. He wanted to test how strong his body had become. At the same time, he felt that there was no need to use a weapon against Luo Baxing, so he wanted to go easy on him. After all, it was best not to provoke the 3 sections. As for the reason why he was injured just now, it was because he was caught off guard by his opponent, causing him to suffer a loss. The attack of this low-rank spirit weapon also had its own spirituality, so it was impossible to guard against. Luo Baxing was very arrogant, thinking that Ling Xiao would die as soon as the spirit weapon appeared. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Even the others thought that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. Luo Baxing didn't continue his pursuit. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan continued to attack, giving Ling Xiao enough time to heal. But now that Yu Laiyan had been captured, Ling Xiao was enraged. If Luo Baxing really didn't know what was good for him, then he would have to start a massacre. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill Luo Baxing without Yu Laiyan suffering any injuries. Luo Baxing couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. Even Tian Xing and Wu Meinyang looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. The same thought flashed through all three of their minds. This guy is definitely wearing high-grade defensive armor. Ling Xiao took a step forward and said coldly again, "Let her go and let it go. Forget it just because you said so. Do you think you're the king of heaven? Even if God himself comes, I'll kill her today." Luo Baxing was not one to be threatened, so he immediately said angrily. He squeezed Yu Lian's hand even tighter, and Yu Lian's delicate face turned frighteningly red. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and his mental power was about to surge out from his sea of consciousness. At this time, a sweet voice sounded, "Brother Luo, please give Meinyang some face and let her go. How about it?" This voice was like a spring breeze, like a heavenly scoundrel. Hearing it made one's heart feel refreshed. All the men were attracted by her voice. Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Meinyang, who had walked out. His eyes flickered, and he secretly praised in his heart, "Another enchantress." Luo Baxing squinted at Wu Meinyang and said, "Meinyang, you also want to participate?" "No. I feel that the little sister in your hand is very fated with me, so I would like to ask Brother Luo to give me some face." "Meinyang will definitely thank you in the future," Wu Meinyang said indifferently. Luo Baxing hesitated. He really didn't understand what Wu Meinyang was planning. At this time, Tian Xing said, "Brother Luo, give Meinyang some face. We should go in." Luo Baxing glanced at Tian Xing and then replied, "Since Meinyang and Xing Zi are begging me, I'll give you 2 face and scram." After saying that, Luo Baxing threw Yu Laiyan out. Although he had let Yu Laiyan go, there was a huge rock in the direction where he fell. If Yu Laiyan hit the rock, she would probably be half dead, even if she didn't die. Wu Meinyang didn't expect Luo Baxing to be so vicious that he actually wanted Yu Laiyan's life. Although she wanted to save Yu Laiyan, she was too far away and couldn't do it in time. Just when Yu Laiyan was about to lose his life, a wind-breaking sound was heard, and a figure caught Yu Laiyan. Whoosh! The people from the Purple Sky sect and Wu Meinyang all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously as he hugged Yu Laiyan. Yu Laiyan's pale face had a satisfied smile on it. She hooked her delicate hands around Ling Xiao's neck and said, "I'm fine. I know you'll definitely save me." When Ling Xiao heard her words, not only did he not feel happy at all, he instead became heavy. As his women gradually increased, he himself was also constantly becoming stronger. However, he was one person and had no time to spare. If he offended someone and they attacked his woman, what should he do? Could he be by their side at all times? This was obviously impossible. An invisible sense of responsibility arose in Ling Xiao's heart. If a man couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man would he be? "It seems that I have to find a way to make them all stronger," Ling Xiao thought to himself. "Laugh. You're holding a great beauty like me, and you're still distracted. I'm so angry." Yu Laiyan saw that Ling Xiao's eyes were focused on her, but unfortunately, he wasn't looking at her. She only felt extremely angry and twisted his waist. "Out!" Ling Xiao let out a soft cry, then smiled faintly and said, "It's my fault. Senior sister, come down first. With so many people watching, it's so embarrassing." Yu Laiyan recovered some of her charm and said with a smile, "Don't act like you've got Ping Yi. Many people want to hug me, but they don't have the luck." Although she said that, she still reluctantly got down from Ling Xiao's arms. After Yu Laiyan stood still, she turned to Wu Meinyang, who was not far away, and cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your words, big sister. May I know your name?" For some reason, Yu Laiyan felt a natural sense of closeness to Wu Meinyang, and Wu Meinyang felt the same. Wu Meinyang leisurely walked in front of Yu Laiyan, took her hand, and said with a face full of joy, "I didn't help much. Why are you so polite?" "I'm Wu Meinyang, 22 this year. I don't know if you..." Yu Laiyan hurriedly replied, Then I'm 1 year older than you. I'm Yu Yin, a disciple of the Purple Sky sect. Then I'll have to call you Big Sister Yu. Wu Meinyang didn't put on any airs and actually bowed slightly to Yu Yin. Yu Yin hurriedly supported Wu Meinyang and said, Meinyang, don't be like this. I can't bear it. Wu Meinyang smiled sweetly and said, What's there to bear? From now on, we'll call each other sisters. If anyone dares to bully you again, little sister will definitely seek justice for big sister. At the same time, she specially glared at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing felt depressed. Did this Wu Meinyang eat the wrong medicine? She actually lowered her status to address a woman from a low-level sect as sisters. This was really a bit strange. It wasn't just Luo Baxing. Even the others were a bit confused. At this time, Tianxing spoke again. Meinyang, brother Luo, are you going in or not? If you don't go in, our Lightstar Hall will take everything for ourselves. Star Child, your appetite is too big. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Luo Baxing snorted, glared at Ling Xiao, and then strode towards the hall. Wu Meinyang pulled Yu Liyin's hand and said, Big sister, do you want to go in and take a look? Yu Liyin looked at Ling Xiao with some difficulty. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a faint smile, Let's go in. In any case, I also plan to go in and take a look, so I think you guys won't have any objections. No, if you dare take even half a step forward, this king will kill you first. Luo Baxing immediately turned around and roared. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward, his tiger-like eyes cold as he looked at Luo Baxing arrogantly. He said indifferently, Do you think you can kill me just because you have a spirit weapon? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's aura rose to its peak, and his mental energy turned into invisible pressure that pressed down on Luo Baxing. How could Luo Baxing be weak? His half-step king level aura suddenly rose. However, he found that when his aura reached its peak, it was tightly suppressed by another even more terrifying pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his back, making him unable to move. For a moment, Luo Baxing felt that breathing had become abnormally difficult, and his mind had become heavy. His aura instantly plummeted, and his entire face turned red with grievance. On the other hand, Ling Xiao approached step by step, his aura still rising all the way. Although he only had the strength of a high-rank spirit master, this pressure was actually not lower than a true king level. Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang both revealed expressions of shock. They suddenly understood why he was able to repeatedly make Luo Baxing suffer losses. Could it be that this kid has suppressed his realm? Ling Xiao withdrew his mental energy and didn't look at Luo Baxing at all. Instead, he spoke to Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang. Our Purple Sky sect will definitely enter this hall. What do you two think? Although there was a hint of questioning in his tone, he also expressed his firm stance. Even if you don't let me enter this hall, I will still enter. A few traces of imperceptible sharpness flashed through Heavenly Star's eyes, and a bright smile hung on his handsome face as he said, Before we came in, we already said that we can leave a place for the sect that can last until the end. And your Purple Sky sect is the only one that can still stand here and speak, so you can enter with us. What do you think, Meinyang? Wu Meinyang replied indifferently, I have no objections, but I must bring my sister in to take a look. Heavenly Star glanced at Luo Baxing, who was not far away, and didn't even bother asking. He directly announced, Then this junior brother will go in with us to see what treasures there are inside. However, let me say the ugly words first. The things inside will depend on your own ability. If you don't have the courage, it's better not to go in. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Life and death are up to fate. Everyone, please go first. Immediately after, Heavenly Star, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing took the lead and entered the hall. Luo Baxing's heart was extremely sullen. Just now, he had been suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't move, and he had lost all his face. In his heart, he was extremely ruthless towards Ling Xiao. He was waiting for Ling Xiao and the others to enter the hall, and then he would definitely kill the Purple Sky sect. However, Speaking of which, he really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could suppress him in terms of aura. He was clearly only a high-level spirit master. So how could he suppress him in terms of aura? No matter how powerful you are, you will still die later. Luo Baxing clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a thick, killing intent. Chapter 330. There were already 27 people waiting respectfully in the hall, 18 men and 9 women. These people were all from the 3 sections. Ling Xiao had already sensed that there were many powerful auras inside, but when he saw these 27 people, he was still shocked. These youths were all around 25 years old, and the oldest was definitely no older than 28. Each of them had strength no lower than a peak spirit master, and more than half of them had broken through the shackles of a spirit master and were already half a step into the king level. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao's expression couldn't help but become serious. If they all attacked together, wouldn't the 10 people from the Purple Sky sect be enough? He couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness. If he had come in alone, he could come and go as he pleased, but he had brought companions from his sect, which greatly increased the pressure on him. The 3 sects' foundations are indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the strength of the other high-level sections. Ling Xiao hurriedly reminded Chun Wenyu, "Senior Chun, when the battle starts, you must not stay. Take everyone and evacuate immediately." How could Chun Wenyu not know the seriousness of the matter? He immediately nodded slightly to Ling Xiao. There were a total of 30 people from the 3 rank 7 sects, plus the 13 from the Purple Sky sect. A total of 43 people walked into the hall. The powerful restriction in front of the hall had already been broken by Xianxia, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing. The group of people walked into the second floor of the hall without any obstructions. When everyone entered the second floor, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This floor was actually filled with weapons, and they were all rank 3 profound weapons. There were over 1,000 of them: knives, swords, hooks, spears, and all kinds of weapons. Wow, so many weapons. This sword is a high rank 3 sword. A Purple Sky sect disciple couldn't suppress his excitement and shouted. The other Purple Sky sect disciples also had the same light in their eyes, as if they would start fighting with a single command. A group of country bumpkins, Luo Baxing said disdainfully. The disciples of the 3 sects also showed expressions of ridicule to the Purple Sky sect. Although there was only a 1-word difference between a 7th grade sect and an 8th grade sect, the gap was still quite large. They were all juniors who were used to seeing the general situation, and they were also the most outstanding disciples in the sect. The ordinary profound weapons that they used were at least 3rd-tier high-level weapons. In the face of these 3rd-tier profound weapons, although they were shocked, they were absolutely not like those disciples of the Purple Sky sect who lost their composure. Tianxing said, "These are only low-level Xian artifacts. If everyone is interested, you can choose as you please. Our Light Star Hall will not participate." After saying that, he lifted his arrogant head and walked up to the second floor. Wu Meinyang didn't stop and followed Tianxing's footsteps. Luo Baxing snorted coldly, but he didn't stop. With a wave of his hand, he led his people in pursuit. They all knew that the higher one went, the more precious the items would be. When Ling Xiao saw that the people of the 3 sects had left in disdain, he immediately turned to his companions and said, "They are rich and overbearing, unlike us. Everyone, feel free to choose. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it for a lot of Xian crystals." With Ling Xiao's words, the people of the Purple Sky sect immediately pounced towards the profound weapons. This is a 3rd-tier high-grade Aurora sword. "This is great, I want this sword." "Haha, this dragon-shaped saber is just right for me. I want this shadow spear." Ling Xiao let them choose, while he casually waved his hand and took out 100 different profound weapons from the many profound weapons. Then, he went up to the 3rd floor. When the others saw Ling Xiao's carefree manner, they didn't stand on ceremony and took out their spatial rings at the same time, sweeping away all the profound weapons here. When they reached the 3rd floor, it was another scene. there were still profound weapons here. However, the profound weapons here made the people of the three sects lose their composure. These profound weapons were all 4th tier and above. There weren't as many as on the 2nd floor, but there were still 200 to 300 of them. Everyone became anxious. Only their leader remained indifferent. These are not worth us taking action. How about I suggest we split them evenly? Xianxia spoke first. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing didn't have any objections. However, Luo Baxing specifically said, only our 3 sects are allowed to split it evenly. His words immediately excluded the Purple Sky sect. When he said this, Ling Xiao had just walked up and heard it clearly. Ling Xiao looked around at the 4th tier profound weapons and said with a chuckle, everyone in the Purple Sky sect can only choose one. The rest are yours. His words were very firm, but he wasn't greedy. There were 200 to 300 4th tier profound weapons here, and he only asked everyone to choose one, which was enough to give the 3 sects face. No, I've given you all the profound weapons below. You can't touch a single one here. Moreover, what right do you have to share them with us? Luo Baxing glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed, and he said with a cold smile, with my name, Ling Xiao, these 13 profound weapons are mine. Arrogant. For a moment, several half-step king stage cultivators shouted at Ling Xiao at the same time. They couldn't get used to Ling Xiao's arrogant tone. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only a disciple of an 8th-rank sect, and his strength was only that of a high-ranked spirit master. They hadn't seen the scene of Ling Xiao fighting Luo Baxing just now, and they all thought that Ling Xiao and the others were able to sneak in because their leader pitted these low-level sect disciples out of kindness. Ling Xiao didn't move in the face of these imposing auras. His expression didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. In reality, he had already used his mental strength to split into 5, and he was simultaneously resisting the pressure emitted by these people. They were in a deadlock for a while, and the auras of the half-step king stage cultivators gradually weakened. Ling Xiao was still as unmoving as a mountain. He straightened his back and said with a relaxed expression, I want 13. You don't have any objections, do you? With that, he raised his hand slightly, and when he opened his palm, the 13 profound weapons magically floated in the air. The people of the 3 sects were shocked, especially Luo Baxing, whose expression became even more gloomy. He knew that Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He could actually reach the realm of telekinesis. This realm seemed to be something that could only be achieved by those who had reached the Earth Sovereign stage. Even King Stage cultivators could only reach the realm of telekinesis. There was only a small difference between telekinesis and telekinesis, but the realms were completely different. After reaching the King tier, the former would be able to use spiritual energy to pull things closer to themselves. After reaching the Monarch tier, the latter would be able to use the surrounding spiritual energy, and they would be able to take anything within 100 meters. It would be like using their own hands, and they would be able to take anything they wanted. However, the former would only be able to absorb spiritual energy, and they wouldn't be able to pause in between. Ling Xiao had done this on purpose. He had specifically suspended the 13 profound weapons in the air, and then slowly floated toward him. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony as he collected the 4th grade profound weapons. His expression was still indifferent, as if he had done something insignificant. All right, our Purple Sky sect has taken our share. Please do as you wish, Ling Xiao said to the people of the 3 sects, and then didn't look at the profound weapons again. The people of the 3 sects came back to their senses and began to divide the 4th grade profound weapons equally. However, from time to time, the people of the 3 sects would glance at Ling Xiao out of the corner of their eyes, fear in their eyes. Xianxia and Luo Baxing's expressions turned ugly, as if they were trying to figure out what method Ling Xiao had used to telekinesis. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't even at the King stage, let alone the Earth Sovereign stage. Does he have a spirit weapon? The two of them thought at the same time. It had to be said that their imaginations were very rich. As for Wu Meinyang, she completely ignored her and continued to chat with Yu Yin as if they were good sisters who had known each other for many years. After a while, all the profound armaments here had been shaved clean. It's time to go up to the 4th floor. I wonder what's up there, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stretched his back. Let's go. Tianxing didn't waste any more time and took the lead. The people of the 3 sects walked at the front, and the people of the Purple Sky sect followed. When he reached the 4th floor, he saw rows and rows of messy bookshelves. Books were scattered all over the place. A disciple of the Light Star Hall picked up a book and flipped through it a few times. He immediately exclaimed, Green tier, profound skill, 6 explosive fire strike technique. The words green tier, profound skill immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dozens of people quickly rushed towards the books. No sect would complain about having too many profound skills, and every profound skill had its own unique value. In the Purple Sky sect, a green tier profound skill was already the peak, but in the 3 7th grade sects, a green tier profound skill was also a fine product. Although they had a collection of blue tier profound skills, it wasn't something that anyone could learn. Therefore, these green tier profound skills were precious things that most people wouldn't dislike. Even if it wasn't suitable for one's own cultivation, they could still be used to exchange for it. Its value wasn't low at all. This is a blue tier sword skill. This is great. A heavy sword sect disciple suddenly exclaimed. He was holding a book in his hand, and his face was full of joy. Give it to me. I found it first. A disciple of the Light Star Hall beside him said with red eyes, and without any explanation, he snatched the blue tier sword skill. Bastard, quickly return the blue tier sword skill to me, or I'll fight you to the death. The disciple of the heavy sword sect shouted angrily. If you have the ability, then come and take it. How could the disciple of the Light Star Hall be willing to hand it over? Blue tier profound skills were extremely precious in their sect, and now that they had snatched it, they naturally wouldn't hand it over. I'll kill you. The disciple of the heavy sword sect waved his huge sword and attacked the disciple of the Light Star Hall. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The disciple of the Light Star Hall wasn't afraid, and took out a flexible sword to meet the attack. For a moment, the two of them disregarded the surrounding people and started fighting. Junior brother, senior brother will help you. A heavy sword sect disciple who was half a step into the king's stage shouted from behind. You want to win by numbers? I'll fight you. A Light Star Hall disciple who was half a step into the king's stage was unwilling to be outdone, and he went to meet the attack. The flames of battle were ignited between the people of the heavy sword sect and the Light Star Hall. All of them put down the books in their hands and looked as if they were going to fight with their lives on the line. Chapter 331. Enough, there's so many Xian skills here. There are some that are suitable for you. Whoever dares to fight for it will be killed without mercy. Disciples of our sect, retreat. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt, Tianxing shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Light Star Hall retreated to his side unwillingly. Return my Xian skill first. The heavy sword sect disciple shouted unwillingly at the Light Star Hall disciple who had just snatched his Xian skill. It seemed that if he didn't return it, he would still fight. The person from the Light Star Hall didn't speak, but Tianxing shouted at him sternly, "Take it out." The Light Star Hall disciple unwillingly took out his Xian skill and threw it at the heavy sword sect disciple. Meinyang, brother Luo, let's split the Xian skills here equally, Tianxing said with a faint smile. The other two had no objections and nodded at the same time. Although the mystical skills here were not bad, it was not the time for them to fight each other to the death. Who knows, maybe the best things that existed above were the ones above. Therefore, the three of them knew that if they wanted to fight, they had to see something that could make them fight for it at all costs before taking action. Ling Xiao squinted at the people from the 3 sects and thought to himself, it's good that they're not on the same side. The people from the 3 sects began to divide the Xian skills, and Ling Xiao still didn't stand on ceremony and took 13 Xian skills. Everyone knew Ling Xiao's strength, so no one said anything. Only Luo Baxing's expression became even more gloomy. Just as everyone was about to walk up to the 5th floor, Ling Xiao turned to his companions and said, "All of you go down. No matter what's up there, it's not something you can touch." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the people from the 3 sects looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Tianxing and Mei Yang's eyes flashed with admiration at the same time, while Luo Baxing's eyelids twitched. If the Purple Sky sect withdrew because of this, then his plan would be ruined. "What? Are you all cowards from the Purple Sky sect?" Luo Baxing said sarcastically. The people from the Purple Sky sect instantly looked ugly. Zhao Nan shouted, "We want to go up too." "Zhao Nan, don't be impulsive. We should listen to Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Let's go down." Chun Wenyu was the more composed and immediately advised Zhao Nan. "That's right. You guys should just obediently scram. The good stuff up there won't belong to you, you lowly cowards." Another disciple from the Heavy Sword School joined in. "Ha, that's right. How could a low-level sect like yours be worthy of sharing with us? Hurry up and scram back to your mother's place to drink milk," sneered another. "Junior brother, even if we die, we can't let people look down on our Purple Heaven sect." Yin Zhe, who rarely spoke, stood up and said firmly, "That's right. Even if we die, we can't be seen as cowards." Another disciple of the Purple Sky sect replied. The others all expressed their unwillingness to leave. They clearly knew that this was the other party's provocation, but they still persisted, not for anything else, but for the glory of the sect and their own unyielding pride. If they still remained indifferent after being humiliated like this and listened to Ling Xiao's words, then perhaps their cultivation in this lifetime would definitely be limited. Martial artists paid particular attention to bravery and diligence. Only by being unafraid of death could one break through the shackles and become an expert. Ling Xiao understood this quite well, so he didn't say anything more. He just secretly decided that he would protect them no matter what. After all, he was the leader of the sect, so he had to be responsible for their safety. "Let's go. Pay attention to those sons of cheese who were talking just now. If you notice anything wrong, retreat immediately. Dead people don't have any backbone." Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the people from the Heavy Sword sect. "Who are you calling a grandson?" Luo Baxing shouted, pointing at Ling Xiao. The other Heavy Sword School disciples all raised their heads, looking very indignant, as if they were about to attack the Purple Sky sect. "Whoever answers is a grandson. Why do you want to kill me here? Can you do it?" Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked straight at Luo Baxing. Seeing that Luo Baxing was about to make a move, Wu Meinyang opened her mouth from the side. "If you want to fight or kill, you should first see if there's anything up there." Just wait and see." Luo Baxing clenched his fist, shook his head, and walked up with his companions. The others couldn't wait to follow. There were already so many good things on the first 3 floors, so the things on the upper 2 floors would definitely be even more extraordinary. However, when they reached the 5th floor, everyone was dumbfounded. There were no high-grade profound artifacts or profound skills like they had imagined, nor were there any spirit pills. There were only 5 corpses lying on the ground. Could it be that the things here have already been taken away? Tianxing guessed with an ugly expression. It's possible. There's still a floor above. If someone really wants to take it, then there shouldn't be anything on the upper floor. Wu Meinyang couldn't hide her disappointment as she replied, "Impossible. Isn't this a 6th-rank sect? How come there's nothing but trash here?" Luo Baxing cursed. He waved his hand, and a sharp wave of metal energy smashed into the corpses. "That's impossible." Boom! When the golden aura approached the 5 corpses, there was a loud explosion. "What bad luck! Let's go up and take a look." Luo Baxing spat and then said to everyone. Everyone nodded and was about to go up. "Wait!" Ling Xiao called out with a raised eyebrow. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing. "Don't follow me if you don't want to go up, coward!" Luo Baxing turned back and scolded disdainfully. Just as Luo Baxing was about to go up, everyone stopped moving. They just stared in one direction, their pupils constricting and fluctuating. "What's wrong with you guys?" Luo Baxing said unhappily. Young master, that corpse." One of the heavy sword sect's disciples stuttered, and at the same time, he kept retreating. He wasn't the only one retreating. The others were also retreating as if they had seen something terrifying. Luo Baxing didn't know what was going on. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? You're stuttering." Suddenly, Luo Baxing felt a sense of danger at the back of his head. "Young master, behind you." One of the heavy sword sect's disciples cried out and stabbed at Luo Baxing with his profound weapon. Luo Baxing was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Luo Baxing shouted angrily. "Zhonglong, what are you doing?" "Young master, the corpses have come back to life," the heavy sword sect's disciple hurriedly explained. Only then did Luo Baxing turn to look at the corpses. Sure enough, the 5 corpses had stood up, and one of them was still where he had been standing. Clearly, it was the one who had attacked him. "Well, what's going on?" Luo Baxing was shocked. "It's all your fault. That palm of yours broke the restriction and allowed these puppets to move." Xianxia snorted. The corpses in front of him weren't living corpses, but puppets that had been refined by someone when they were alive. Normally, puppets were refined by alchemists. First, they would use a special refining method to soak a person who had just died. Then, they would use other precious materials to separate all the muscles so that the corpse would never decay, and the puppet would still maintain its original fighting strength. But since these puppets were inanimate objects, they couldn't use their original attributes to attack. That was one of the biggest drawbacks of puppets. The advantage of puppets was that they didn't have any offensive capabilities. As long as they were ordered to, they would attack with all their might until they were destroyed. The stronger the puppet when it was alive, the stronger the puppet it was refined would be. Although the 5 puppets in front of them didn't emit any aura and were covered by thick armor, only their bloodless faces could be seen. Each face had 5 vein patterns. Each pattern represented an Earth sovereign puppet. 5 vein patterns meant that these 5 were Earth sovereign puppets. An Earth sovereign stage powerhouse represented the highest level of combat power in the vast Northwest. But there were 5 Earth sovereign puppets in front of them. That was why everyone's expressions were so ugly. "Damn, we're in big trouble now." Luo Baxing gulped. "Everyone on guard, destroy them for me." Xianxia immediately gave the order. He took out the silver falcon mirror, and with a flash of light, an extremely tyrannical energy shot towards the puppets. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing didn't mind and took out their profound weapons. Wu Meinyang took out a pearl that emitted a 5-colored glow. This pearl was also a low-grade spirit weapon, but it was half a grade higher than Xianxia and Luo Baxing's. It was a mid-6th grade spirit weapon called the 5 Elements Spirit Pearl. This kind of bead was a spirit bead refined from a combination of natural treasures of the 5 elements. The power it could unleash was extremely great. Any one of the 5 elements could use it. If its owner was of the metal attribute, it could transform into a metal attribute attack. If its owner was of the fire attribute, it could transform into a fire attribute attack, and so on. It was obvious that this 5-element spirit pearl was extraordinary. Wu Meinyang used her jade hands to activate the 5-element spirit pearl and attack the puppet. The flames were so bright that they almost drowned the entire floor in an instant. Fortunately, the pavilion had already been set up with a powerful restriction, so it didn't show any signs of being damaged by the powerful spiritual energy. Xianxia, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing each took on a puppet, while the disciples of the 3 sects attacked the other puppet. In the end, the puppet walked step by step towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. "Everyone, attack from afar. Don't let it get close," Ling Xiao ordered. None of the people from the Purple Sky sect dared to hesitate, and they all used all their strength to attack the puppet. Unfortunately, the earthly sovereign rank puppet's body was extremely tough, and their attacks were useless against it. Moreover, it didn't feel anything at all, only endless killing intent. After being attacked repeatedly, the puppet's energy finally awakened. It let out a strange cry and turned into a shadow that charged towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. The other puppets also became ferocious. "Be careful, all of you retreat." Ling Xiao was shocked. He couldn't catch the puppet's movements at all, so he could only shout. At the same time, he took out the ice and fire swords and entered a desperate state. This puppet was an inanimate object, so there was no way to use spiritual energy to attack it. The innate Yin Wind evil chi was only effective against living things, so the only thing he could rely on was the blue demon flame. Chapter 332. The puppet's speed was very fast, and it directly ignored the attribute attacks that were piling up. A simple punch smashed towards Yanzhe, who was closest to it. Yanzhe didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the punch and spat out a few liters of blood. His entire body flew far away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How could a punch from an Earth Sovereign be so easily taken? Even a king stage couldn't take it, let alone a spirit master. Yanzhe. Xiaonan saw that Yanzhe had been hit and immediately shouted, "I'll destroy you," and the spear in his hand pierced towards the waist of the puppet. However, he discovered that it was as if he had pierced a steel plate, and with a ding sound, he was unable to pierce the puppet's body and was momentarily shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, the puppet's fist had already smashed over. Pooh! Xiaonan's chest was heavily punched, and his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like Yanzhe. The rest of the Purple Sky sect disciples didn't retreat, and one after another, they used their full strength to attack the puppet. Rumble. The puppet didn't know how to dodge and took all the attacks. It should be destroyed. When Kudai sighed with lingering fear. However, when all the smoke dissipated, the puppet that was as black as a devil was still standing in the same place without any damage. It let out a strange cry and rushed towards one Kudai. Its speed was like a ghost and astonishingly fast. One Kudai was still like Yanzhe and didn't realize that the puppet had already arrived in front of her. "Junior sister, go away." Shi Tianho, who was beside Wen Kudai, was quite alert and shouted. He pushed Wen Kudai away and chopped at the puppet with his axe, shining with a golden light. Ding! The axe and the puppet's fist collided intimately and gave off a metallic sound. Pooh! Shi Tianho felt a strong recoil, and a sweet taste came from his mouth. A mouthful of blood blossomed, and the axe in his hands cracked. This was the strength of an Earth Sovereign puppet. Shi Tianho was only a middle-stage spirit master, and the difference in strength was too great. There was simply no way to compare. Moreover, the hardness of this puppet's body was comparable to a fifth-tier profound armament. How could that pair of broad axes withstand a single punch from it? The puppet wanted to kill its way forward, but no one from the Purple Heaven sect dared to step forward. This was because the puppet had no flaws, and with their strength, no matter how they attacked, it would be useless. Their hearts went cold, and they were extremely regretful that they'd rashly followed him just now. Just when everyone thought that they would be doomed, a figure attacked the puppet from behind. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and slashed at the puppet with the ice and fire sword. The puppet didn't sense any danger at all, and it took a direct hit from Ling Xiao's sword. Just as it was about to retaliate against Ling Xiao had already retreated. Just now, his sword contained the blue demon flame, and the flames had already started burning on the puppet's body. However, the puppet didn't feel any pain at all. Its entire body was on fire, and it still charged at Ling Xiao. "Everyone retreat," Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out another ray of fire. Pung! The flames on the puppet's body grew stronger, but it had already reached Ling Xiao's side and was attacking Ling Xiao's head. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he couldn't be faster than the speed of an Earth Sovereign stage. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide, and he held his head with both hands, preparing to receive the Earth Sovereign stage's punch. However, the blue flames on the puppet's body just happened to burn its arm. Bam! An Earth Sovereign stage puppet was actually burned to the point of shriveling, and in the end, not even a scrap was left. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in relief. If it wasn't for the heavenly fire, they might have all been wiped out this time. On the other side, Heavenly Star fought alone. With the Silver Falcon mirror in his hand, he attacked several times in a row, beating the puppet to a pulp. However, puppets were puppets in the end, and they didn't know what pain was. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they would continue to attack. Heavenly Star only spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a punch from the puppet, and he was still able to fight. Needless to say, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor. After a fierce battle, Heavenly Star, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing all destroyed the puppets. Heavenly Star and Luo Baxing were both injured, and only Wu Meinyang was unharmed. It was clear that the 5 elements spirit pearls in her hands were more destructive than their spirit weapons. On the other side, the 3 sects fought a single puppet together. Many of them were seriously injured, and some were even beaten to death. If Wu Meinyang hadn't come to help in time, the casualties would have been even worse. When all 5 puppets were destroyed, everyone heaved sighs of relief. Most of them sat down and consumed pills to recover. On the Purple Sky sect side, Yin Zhe and Zhao Nen weren't dead, but they were seriously injured and in critical condition. Although the 2 of them had taken medicinal pills, it would be difficult for them to truly recover without heavenly treasures or high-grade medicinal pills. Their internal organs have been displaced and bleeding, and several ribs have been broken. They didn't have Ling Zhao's freakish recovery ability. Although Shi Tianhou was injured, he was in a much better state. Both his arms have been shaken to the point of dislocation, and he should be fine after taking pills and resting for half a month. For a time, all the Purple Sky sect disciples looked dejected. However, compared to the 3 sects, the Purple Sky sect's losses were the least. All of you retreat for now, and take care of the 3 senior brothers, Ling Xiao said solemnly to the rest of the Purple Sky sect, glancing at the 3 seriously injured people. After experiencing this puppet attack, everyone had been frightened. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, they might have been completely annihilated. No one dared to hesitate, and they quickly carried Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Shi Tianhou out of the pavilion. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshe, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming all knew that their strength was too low to be of any help, so they could only helplessly retreat. After his companions left, Ling Xiao looked around at the people of the 3 sects, his expression indifferent. His gaze finally landed on Luo Baxing, and he said in a joking manner, "Brother Wang, weren't you very powerful? How could you be injured by a mere puppet? It's not that I want to criticize you, but don't think that you're unparalleled just because you have a spiritual artifact. You're still calling me this king. Luo Baxing was only half a step into the king stage, and he hadn't become a true king yet. Ling Xiao really didn't like hearing him call himself this king. Now that there was an opportunity to ridicule him, how could he miss it? Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with resentment. If he wasn't injured, he would have immediately fought to the death with Ling Xiao. However, although Luo Baxing didn't make a move, there were people from the Heavy Sword sect who spoke up for him. An uninjured half a step into the king's stage stood up and shouted, "Mere Spirit Master, don't be so arrogant." With that, he shot toward Ling Xiao, and a palm that contained all the spiritual energy in his body slapped toward Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one palm. However, just as his palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, he felt his palm hit empty air. He hadn't hit his target, and the corner of his eye twitched. So what if you're a spirit master? Even if you're already at the king stage, I can still beat you into a pig's head. Ling Xiao appeared behind a half step into the king's stage and shouted. His fists glowed with a golden light, and dozens of fist shadows smashed toward the half step into the king's stage's back like a storm. Bang bang. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to fight with me, Ling Xiao said indignantly as he chased after the half step into the king's stage. Apart from the dozens of punches that had attacked his back, the rest landed on the half step into the king's stage's face. The half step into the king's stage felt like he was trapped in a sea of fists, and he couldn't tell which direction he was going to go. His face burned with pain, and it was even more painful than death. Stop! two figures rushed out from the heavy sword sect and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Being attacked from behind, Ling Xiao had no choice but to throw the half-step into the king stage back. One of the people from the heavy sword sect caught the injured half-step into the king stage, and the other took out a huge sword and went straight for Ling Xiao. This person was also a half-step into the king stage, and he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat his companion. It was just that his companion had been careless for a moment. Ling Xiao didn't fear the incoming attack, and instead smiled. His legs turned into countless leg shadows. Wind God kicked second form, grass in the wind. The tip of his foot kicked the half-step into the king stage's huge sword to the side, and in the next moment, the leg shadows were as fast as a hurricane, stomping on the half-step into the king stage's chest. Bang, bang. Pooh! The half-step into the king stage wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, and he was kicked dozens of times in a row. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the wall not far away. Ling Xiao had defeated two half-step into the king stage in a row, and a relaxed smile hung on his face. He flicked his martial clothes and said, "You guys still have the nerve to say that you're half-step into the king stage, but you can't even beat a mere spirit master like me. I really don't know what to say about you guys." Ling Xiao had a pained expression on his face, and everyone knew that he was purely trying to anger the people from the heavy sword sect, especially Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing couldn't take it anymore, and the other disciples of the heavy sword sect also looked indignant. Wu Meinyang, who wasn't injured, glanced at Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange light. She continued, "Everyone, now is not the time for internal strife. There's still a floor above us, and it won't be too late to fight once we get there. Let's go up now." Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with anger, and he knew that Wu Meinyang was right. He could only suppress his impulse and take the lead. The people of the heavy sword sect glared at Ling Xiao and followed closely behind him. Tianxing stood up and glanced at Ling Xiao, then turned around and walked up as well. At the same time, he sighed, "What a pity! What a pity!" No one knew what he was regretting about. However, Ling Xiao gave Wu Meinyang and Tianxing a meaningful look and was about to walk up. At this time, Wu Meinyang intentionally or unintentionally approached Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes shone with a captivating light. She said in a sweet voice, "Junior brother is truly a hero. You even dare to offend the heavy sword sect. Aren't you afraid that they'll deal with your purple sky sect?" Looking at the dreamy eyes and listening to the demonic voice, Ling Xiao only felt that his thoughts had become slow, and a wave of heat actually rose uncontrollably. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reply, "It's not that I want to offend them, but they've gone too far. Even if I don't offend them, they won't let us go. Why don't we?" Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but a cold intent reached the top of his head, causing him to instantly regain his clarity. Chapter 333. The three parts returning origin chi in Ling Xiao's body separated a few strands of cold intent, allowing him to regain his consciousness. The automatic protection ability of the three parts returning origin chi was quite good. Ling Xiao vigilantly distanced himself from Wu Meinyang. He still had lingering fear in his heart. If Wu Meinyang had taken the opportunity to deal with him just now, he would have died on the spot. At the same time, he felt that Wu Meinyang's seduction methods were much more brilliant than Yu Lian's. This was the first time he had been truly bewitched. Wu Meinyang's beautiful eyes jumped slightly. In her heart, she was surprised that Ling Xiao had actually gotten rid of her seduction method. This didn't seem right. "Junior brother, why don't you continue?" Wu Meinyang leaned closer to Ling Xiao, and her jade fingers gently stroked Ling Xiao's arm. This was simply a seductive hook. If it was any other man, his soul would have been hooked away. Ling Xiao felt the softness and exquisiteness of his arm, and the spiritual energy in his body once again surged. Fortunately, he was already prepared. His entire body was channeled with ice attribute spiritual energy, and his entire person became incomparably calm. "Senior sister, if you don't go up, the things above will be gone," Ling Xiao said in a tone that rejected people 1,000 miles away. He no longer paid attention to Wu Meinyang and strode towards the top floor. Wu Meinyang was stunned for a moment, and for no reason. She lightly stamped her foot and said angrily, "Little slippery, sooner or later I'll deal with you." After saying that, she waved her hand and followed up with a group of female generals. This was already the top floor of the pavilion. The three sects had gathered, but the number of people was somewhat different. The Lightstar Hall had lost one disciple, and two were severely injured. The Charm Flame sect had lost two disciples. One was severely injured, and one was lightly injured. The Heavy Sword sect had lost two disciples, and three were severely injured. The three sects had a total of 25 disciples left. On the Purple Sky sect side, only Ling Xiao stood alone at the end. On the top floor, it was different from the previous floors. It looked much more dignified. In the center of the pavilion, there was a statue of a 1,000-year-old profound stone. The statue was extremely large, reaching the height of an entire floor. It was the statue of a middle-aged man who possessed an extraordinary might. He held an azure dragon moon-slaying sword in his left hand and the heaven's dragon shield in his right. His expression gave off a domineering aura that looked down on the world, as if he was a god who could fight immortals and kill gods, or slay ghosts and demons. Everyone was captivated by the statue's elegance. Heavenly Star sighed for no reason and said, "Such an imposing manner, such a domineering manner, truly a role model for us juniors." After saying that, he actually bowed slightly towards the statue. Wu Meinyang praised, "Such a hero must be the senior who established the heaven-suppressing sect. He is truly admirable." Luo Baxing glanced at Tianxing disdainfully and thought to himself, "You're just so pretentious." When everyone was done admiring the statue, they gradually shifted their gaze to the table where the statue was placed. There were 4 objects enshrined there. There was an azure dragon cutting moon sword that looked like it was carved on a statue, a dark green heavenly dragon shield, a simple and unadorned bee skin scroll, and 2 bottles containing medicinal pills. The 4 items were laid bare in front of everyone. As soon as everyone's gaze fell, they couldn't help but swallow a few times. Everyone believed in their hearts that this was definitely a true spirit treasure. After all, the restriction light screen in front of the table couldn't be faked. "You too. There are 4 treasures in front of us. How do you think we should divide them?" Tianxing asked Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing with a faint smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to already have a card up his sleeve. Before Wu Meinyang could speak, Luo Baxing looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Xingzi, Meinyang, I advise you to obediently retreat. Our heavy sword sect will take everything here." "Oh, is Brother Luo really that confident?" Wu Meinyang was slightly stunned. It seems that Brother Luo's appetite isn't small. "Be careful that you don't get too full," Tianxing said with narrowed eyes. "Haha, Xingzi, Wu Meinyang, take a good look at what I prepared for you." Luo Baxing looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The hidden snake sword appeared in his hand at the same time, accompanied by 5 figures. These 5 figures were actually puppets as well, but they were a level weaker than the puppets on the lower floor. There were only 4 patterns on their foreheads, obviously king stage puppets. When entering this secret realm, all experts who had reached the king stage and above could not enter. Therefore, in this secret realm, those who had reached the half-step king stage were already the strongest. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. However, Luo Baxing already had 5 king stage puppets in his spatial ring. Obviously, he had already planned to take everything here for himself before entering the secret realm. Luo Baxing's patience was amazing. Just now, he had been ridiculed and humiliated by Ling Xiao, but he still hadn't released his puppets. Now that he had released them, it was obvious that he planned to take them all in one fell swoop. When these puppets appeared, Tianxing and Wu Meinyang's expressions both changed. Who would have thought that Luo Baxing had hidden his strength so deeply? "All of you leave immediately. This place belongs to our heavy sword sect. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being impolite, Luo Baxing said proudly. Brother Luo, do you really think you can eat us? Tianxing suddenly revealed a cold smile. Does Xingzi really want to have a taste of my puppet's power? Luo Baxing said disapprovingly. Although Tianxing had the Silver Falcon Mirror, he had already consumed a lot of spirit energy to deal with the Earth King stage puppet. If he wanted to use it again, he would need a lot of energy. Tianxing probably wouldn't be able to use it many times, and Luo Baxing also had the hidden snake sword in his hand. As for Wu Mainyang, it would depend on whether she was tactful or not. Originally, I only wanted to take one more item than you. Unfortunately, Brother Luo is too greedy. Since that's the case, we also want to take it all, said Tianxing with a sneer. At the same time, he lightly nodded at the people beside him. Those people responded, and a few pills appeared in their hands. The corner of Luo Baxing's eye twitched. He seemed to think that the Light Star Hall had some good stuff. So he roared, "All of you, kill them!" As soon as Luo Baxing's words fell, Wu Mainyang led her sect's disciples in retreat. "Ha come!" Tianxing laughed, and the Silver Falcon Mirror in his hand emitted a powerful energy that blasted towards the Heavy Sword sect. The hidden snake sword in Luo Baxing's hand also released a powerful ray of fire. Rumble! The might of the spirit weapons collided, causing the entire pavilion to shake. At this time, the 4 high-ranked spirit masters who hadn't reached half a step into the king stage in the Light Star Hall took the pills at the same time. The moment they took the pills, several powerful waves of spirit power surged towards them, and balls of energy lit up the entire building. In just a moment, their strength had reached the low stage of the king stage. Hurry and kill them. Luo Baxing seemed to understand something and hurriedly urged the puppets to attack. The 5 puppets quickly pounced towards the Light Star Hall. Come, is your puppet more powerful, or is my king step more powerful? Tianxing called out. He didn't pay any attention to his companion and flashed towards the table by himself. Don't even think of getting your way. They're all mine. Luo Baxing roared, and the hidden snake sword stabbed towards Tianxing bang bang. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. The Light Star Hall and the Heavy Sword sect fought, and the Charm Flame sect retreated. Mayor, what should we do? A woman from the Charm Flame sect asked Wu Mainyang, her expression filled with worry. Wu Mainyang's expression was unprecedentedly serious. I'm afraid the Alluring Sky formation won't be of use. We can only see if we can pick up some ready-made ping-y. The Alluring Sky formation was a soul-stealing formation of the Charm Flame sect, and it could make any man fall into a trance. When that happened, they would be at the mercy of the Charm Flame sect. However, a major change had occurred in the Light Star Hall and the Heavy Sword sect. Those from the Light Star Hall had obviously taken the Spirit Burn pill, which allowed them to instantly reach the king stage. Although it was only a short 15 minutes, it was enough to change everything. On the Heavy Sword sect side, there were 5 lifeless puppets. Their enchanting sky absolute array would not be of any use against them. Wu Mainyang secretly cursed herself for miscalculating. Not good. They're attacking us, the woman exclaimed. Wu Mainyang gritted her teeth and ordered, all of you retreat first. With that, the 5 elements spirit pearl appeared in her hand, and she activated her spiritual power once again. A scorching flame instantly appeared in front of a puppet and a disciple of the Light Star Hall. She only did this so that her companions would have time to retreat. After that one move, Wu Mainyang's face turned incomparably pale, and she immediately took out another pill and swallowed it. She was only half a step away from the king stage, so she used a mid-tier 6th grade spirit artifact to power it much more than Tianxing and Luo Baxing. Wu Mainyang didn't plan to come into contact with the king stage or the puppets, so she used strange footwork and pounced towards the platform. In a corner, Ling Xiao slowly retreated. The battle here was extremely intense, and it wasn't the time for him to fish in troubled waters. Moreover, he felt that the things on the platform were too obvious, as if they weren't afraid of being robbed. Unfortunately, just as Ling Xiao was about to retreat, Two half-step king-stage cultivators from the heavy sword sect surrounded Ling Xiao. Now that the heavy sword sect had 5 more puppets, they had the advantage in numbers, so they had more than enough people to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao pointed to the platform and said lightly, "I advise you to help your young master. He's in danger." Now that Wu Meinyang had joined the fray, the situation on the platform had become much more strange. All 3 of them had actually stopped fighting. Wu Meinyang seemed to be dancing a sexy dance, and both Tianxing and Luo Baxing were captivated by her. "Xingzi, brother Luo, can you stop fighting? I'm so scared," Wu Meinyang said timidly. At the same time, she twisted her snake-like waist, ribbons fluttering in the wind. Her veil gradually loosened, revealing her fragrant skin. Her whole body exuded endless temptation. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was constantly on guard, and his ice attribute kept him calm. But when faced with Wu Meinyang's full power, he felt that his ice attribute almost couldn't suppress the impulsive desire in his heart. Needless to say, the 2 disciples from the heavy sword sect had their eyes wide open, and their eyebrows kept rolling. The other disciples from the Light Star Hall and the heavy sword sect were also bewitched, and they actually stopped fighting. Only the 5 puppets and the 4 disciples from the Light Star Hall who had taken the spirit-burning pill didn't feel anything at all. Chapter 334. Bang! Although the 5 puppets couldn't use elemental attacks, their fighting style was extremely desperate. Moreover, they were very likely to have possessed the strength of a high-level king stage expert when they were alive. Otherwise, how could they have survived the continuous bombardment of the low-level king stage experts from the Light Star Hall? One of the king steps of the Light Star Hall noticed that Wu Meinyang was about to grab the item on the table. He ignored the puppet behind him and raised his hand, sending a wave of spiritual energy towards Wu Meinyang. Pu 2 mouthfuls of blood sprayed out at the same time. One was from Wu Meinyang when she was attacked, and the other was from King Stage, who was seriously injured by the puppet. However, Wang Jie was also quite impressive. The moment he fell, he used all of his spiritual power to shatter one of the puppets. With Wu Meinyang injured, Tianxing and Luo Baxing regained consciousness at the same time. The 2 of them reached for the item on the table at the same time. Swoosh! Just as the 2 of them were about to grab the counter, a powerful rebounding force forced them back a few steps. Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't give up just like that. At the same time, they used their spiritual weapons to attack the counter. Rumble! The light curtain above the table was shaken to pieces. Tianxing and Luo Baxing attacked at the same time. Tianxing got the Green Dragon Moon Slaying Sword and Heavenly Dragon Shield, while Luo Baxing got the Beast Hide Scroll and 2 bottles of pills. Haha, I finally got it. Let me see what rank this spirit artifact is. Tianxing faced the sky and laughed crazily. Then, he used all his strength to pull out the Green Dragon Moon Cutting Sword. An azure dragon's splendor blossomed, and the indistinct silhouette of a beast appeared in midair. However, although this beast shadow resembled a dragon shadow, it was far from a dragon. It would be more appropriate to call it a snake shadow. Haha, with a spiritual sword in hand, let's use Brother Luo's hidden snake sword as a touchstone. Tianxing laughed again and waved the Green Dragon Moon-Slaying Sword at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing didn't dare to be careless. The Green Dragon Moon-Slaying Sword should be a higher-level spiritual weapon. If he didn't use the hidden snake sword to block it, he would die. What are you waiting for? Come help us. Luo Baxing yelled at his comrades as he fought. The people from the heavy sword sect charged towards Heavenly Star. Wu Meinyang took the opportunity to hide behind the table to recover from her injuries. That king rank attack from before had already caused her to suffer quite a bit of injury. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wearing a high-grade armor, then only death would have been waiting for her. Tianxing's Azure Dragon Moon Severing Sword clashed ruthlessly against Luo Baxing's Hidden Snake Sword. A victorious smile appeared on Tianxing's face as if he could already see Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword destroyed in front of him. Luo Baxing's heart was bleeding. Although the hidden snake sword wasn't their sect's totem, it was still one of the three. If it was destroyed just like that, they wouldn't know how to explain it to the sect. The spiritual weapons collided with each other, emitting a clanging sound. One of the swords was split in half. However, it was not the hidden snake sword that was broken, but the green dragon moon slaying sword. Both of them were stunned by the scene before them. What was going on? The green dragon moon slaying sword was the spirit weapon of the heaven suppressing sect, a 6th rank sect. How could it be so weak? The only explanation was that the green dragon moon slaying sword was fake. No. How could this be? Impossible. Xianxia looked at the broken sword in his hand with great unwillingness and roared. Luo Baxing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses and laughed. Ha ha, this kind of trash actually dares to let my hidden snake sword fight against it. You really don't know what's good for you. Star Child, have a taste of the true power of my hidden snake sword. With that, Luo Baxing swung the hidden snake sword towards Xianxia. Because Luo Baxing was of the metal attribute, he was unable to unleash the true power of the hidden snake sword. However, he was still able to force Xianxia into a dangerous situation. In the end, Xianxia had no way to dodge and could only use the heavenly dragon shield to block. Bang! Unfortunately, this heavenly dragon shield was also a fake. It was directly cut in half by the hidden snake sword. Xianxia's chest was injured and he was sent flying. Haha, Star Child, you also have this day. Luo Baxing laughed. Just as he was about to walk over and attack Xianxia, Xianxia propped himself up and shouted, "Wait, Brother Luo, the bee skin scroll and pills in your hand should also be fake." Hearing this, Luo Baxing stopped in his tracks and his expression stiffened. Immediately after, he quickly took out the bee skin scroll from his spatial ring and opened it, only to find that there was nothing inside. He then took out the pill and opened the lid, only to find that there was a corrosive aura coming out. Damn, I've been tricked. Luo Baxing threw the 2 items away and cursed. Rumble. At this time, the King Stage cultivators from the Lightstar Hall made their final move against the puppet. The time for the spirit-burning pill had arrived. The 4 King Stage cultivators had become crippled, and their bodies fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. They looked as if they had aged more than 10 years. 3 of the puppets had been destroyed, and the other 2 had lost all their limbs. Their fighting strength had plummeted. At the same time, 3 people from the Heavy Sword sect had been killed, and the rest had been seriously injured. Stop! Luo Baxing shouted at the 2 puppets that still wanted to continue attacking. This time, they had really suffered a great loss. The people from the 3 sects were either dead or injured. Only the Flame Charm sect's strength remained intact. The Lightstar Hall had lost 2 people, for were crippled, and 2 were seriously injured. As the leader, Xianxia's injuries were not light either. The King Stage cultivators from the Lightstar Hall had destroyed 3 puppets and killed 4 people from the Heavy Sword sect. In addition to the 3 who had died earlier, only 2 people and Luo Baxing were left alive. The 3 sects had fought so hard, but what they had obtained were fake goods. They had really been tricked this time. Damn! Luo Baxing couldn't bear it anymore and swung the hidden snake sword at the statue. There was an explosion, and the statue was smashed into pieces. Looks like the things here have already been taken by someone else. The price this time is too high. Xianxia muttered after swallowing the pill. The people who had come out this time were all the young elites of the sect, and almost all of them had died here. In the end, they had gotten nothing. His heart was bleeding. Luo Baxing was also feeling terrible. At this moment, Wu Meinyang dragged her heavily injured body and quickly rushed down the stairs. Xianxia and Luo Baxing also noticed it, but they couldn't be bothered to do anything. After all, the Flaming Charm sect's strength was quite well preserved. If they angered Wu Meinyang, it wouldn't be worth it. Ling Xiao also knew that this matter was coming to an end. He glanced at the messy pavilion and turned to go down. Luo Baxing also saw Ling Xiao leave. He immediately swallowed a few pills, put away his 2 puppets, and summoned his 2 companions to chase after him. Luo Baxing was the least exhausted and the least injured among the 3 leaders. He couldn't let Ling Xiao leave here alive. Ling Xiao was the first to slap him in the face. He swore to kill Ling Xiao. However, Luo Baxing knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Moreover, Ling Xiao wasn't injured. If he fought him head-on, he might not be able to win. He could only choose another way to get rid of him. If I let the people of the Purple Sky sect leave here alive, I, Luo Baxing, will write my name backwards. Luo Baxing revealed a venomous expression as he thought to himself. Tianxing wasn't in a hurry to recover here. He stood up and glanced at his 4 companions who had taken the spirit-burning pill. They had exhausted too much energy and had all fainted. Sigh, the sacrifice this time was not worth it. Tianxing's eyes flashed with reluctance, and then he said, "Even if you can live, it will be a burden. Why don't you let me help you get rid of it?" After saying that, he raised his hand slightly, and a few blade-like rays of light slashed towards the 4 people who were shooting. These 4 people from the Light Star Hall had made a great sacrifice for the sect. Even in death, they didn't know that it was their own people who had injured them. The 2 half-step king stage cultivators from the Light Star Hall who hadn't died, yet broke out in a cold sweat when they saw this scene, afraid that Tianxing would attack them. One of them said timidly, "Young master, please spare us." Tianxing curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, you're only injured. It's not like you can't recover like them. When we return to the sect, I will definitely report what happened to the sect master and have the sect reward you." The 2 were overjoyed and immediately kowtowed to Tianxing and said in unison, "Thank you, young master. Get up, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time," Tianxing said as he dragged his injured body down the stairs. After Wu Meinyang left the pavilion, she immediately returned to her own camp and ordered, "Protect me. I want to heal." Then she handed the 5-element spirit pearl to a slightly older woman and said, "Sister Lien, I'll leave it to you, just in case." How can this be?" The woman called Sister Lien waved her hand repeatedly. "This is an order. It's for you to take it to protect me and the other sisters." "What are you thinking?" Wu Meinyang said with an irresistible authority. Yu Yin solemnly took the 5-element spirit pearl. One had to know that the 5-element spirit pearl could only be held by the next generation of the Flaming Charm sect. Now that Wu Meinyang had handed it to her, she was terrified. It didn't mean that handing it to her meant that she would be the future sect master, but that Wu Meinyang had absolute trust in her. Yu Yin was even more convinced and grateful to Wu Meinyang. Yu Lian walked over and looked at Wu Meinyang worriedly. "Meinyang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just suffered a little. I'll be fine after a short rest." Wu Meinyang replied with a faint smile. "Then you should rest quickly," Yu Lian said nervously. Then she looked a little hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Wu Meinyang saw through Yu Lian's thoughts and immediately smiled. "He's fine. Look behind him." Yu Lian was embarrassed. Then she turned around and saw a figure walking over quickly. "Xiao, are you okay?" Yu Lian quickly walked to Ling Zhao's side and asked with concern. Just now, there was a burst of shocking explosions in the pavilion. She was scared out of her wits and was afraid that something had happened to Ling Xiao. The other people of the Purple Heaven sect also came over and asked with concern. Ling Zhao's heart warmed, and he immediately responded, "I'm fine. I made you worry. Let's go. There's nothing left to miss." "Xiao, let's wait for Meinyang," Yu Lian said. All right, I'll go see Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Zhao." Ling Xiao glanced at the people of the Flaming Charm sect and hesitated. Yin Zhe and Zhao Nan's injuries were quite serious. If they were not treated in time, it would likely have a big impact on their future. Ling Xiao squatted down to check their injuries and then took out 2 bottles from his space ring. This bottle contained the precious 10,000-year stone emulsion. Chapter 335. Not only could this 10,000-year holy liquid transform one's physique, but it also had first-class healing effects. Anything over 10,000 years old was the best of the best. No one knew that Ling Xiao's 2 bottles were so precious. As soon as Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, an icy cold air spread out. Everyone felt a chill, and with a light sniff, they felt extremely comfortable. Bing Ruoshui was especially sensitive to the ice attribute. She immediately felt that this small bottle must be very important to her, and she had the urge to snatch it. However, she also knew that she wouldn't do such a thing. She could only pray that Ling Xiao would remember that she was his woman and give her 1 or 2 bottles to try. At the thought of this, her pure white face became a little flushed. Who's his woman? Bing Ruoshui spat at herself in her heart. When Kitty asked in surprise, "Senior Sister Ruoshui, why are you blushing?" Who? Who's blushing? Maybe it's because the weather is hot. Bing Ruoshui said as she looked around. The weather is hot? When Kitty was even more puzzled, but in her heart, the sun hasn't appeared today, so how can it be hot? Ling Xiao lifted Yin Zai's head and fed him the 10,000-year stone milk and a broken high-grade 3rd-rank healing spirit herb. After Yin Zai consumed the 10,000-year stone milk and the spirit herb, the medicinal power actually began to take effect. In just a moment, a thin layer of ice covered Yin Zai's body, and his body was still trembling. Ling Xiao placed a hand on his back and said, "Senior brother Yin, quickly circulate your Xianxia." At the same time, he also transferred fire attribute spiritual power to Yin Zai in order to dispel the cold air that Yin Zai was suffering from. Although Yin Zai's consciousness was a bit hazy, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he realized that someone was helping him. He forcefully supported his injured body and began to form hand seals to meditate. After a while, the layer of ice on Yin Zai's body began to melt, and the aura in his body began to gradually recover. Everyone was shocked to see this scene, and at the same time, they praised in their hearts, as expected of a 4th-rank alchemist. This method of saving people is so fast. At this time, Luo Baxing and his 2 companions also walked out of the pavilion. Luo Baxing happened to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao, who was standing not too far away. Seeing him transfer spiritual energy to his friend, he couldn't help but think of a plan. "Hee, you're still not dead this time." Luo Baxing laughed in his heart, then pinched a pill and sent it into his mouth. The 3 of them walked in the direction of the Purple Heaven sect. In fact, this was the only way to go down the mountain. Everyone from the Purple Heaven sect was also vigilantly staring at Luo Baxing. This person had definitely left a deep impression on them, so they had to be on guard against him. Seeing that Yin Zai's body was gradually recovering, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and let go of Yin Zai's hand. Coincidentally, he saw Luo Baxing and the others walking over. However, he felt that Luo Baxing and the others had suffered great losses, so they probably wouldn't dare to rashly provoke them. Thus, he continued to feed Zhao Nan the 10,000-year stone emulsion and spirit grass. Zhao Nan's situation was similar to Yin Zai's, so Ling Xiao naturally transferred spirit energy to him. It was also at this moment that Luo Baxing approached the people of the Purple Sky sect, a venomous sneer on his face. Luo Ming just happened to catch this moment, and a bad premonition struck her. Suddenly, Luo Baxing, who was walking slowly, disappeared. In the next moment, Luo Baxing appeared next to the Purple Sky sect group, the hidden snake sword in his hand stabbing towards Ling Xiao's back like a real viper. His face was twisted as he roared, "Die!" No one had expected Luo Baxing to attack so openly, and his speed was simply too fast. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Ling Xiao was about to die under his sword. "No! You lie in, Bing Ruoshui," and when Kitty all cried out with grief and indignation. The others immediately rushed to help. Unfortunately, they were half a beat too late. Uffed. The invisible snake's sword had stabbed into his body. "Haha, you annoying bastard, finally!" Luo Baxing laughed madly, but when he saw his target clearly, he was dumbfounded. The person he had stabbed wasn't Ling Xiao, but someone else. Ling Xiao had already sensed the danger and used his strength to push Zhao Nan away. He turned around, only to see his slender body slowly fall into his arms, her hands still tightly gripping the hidden snake sword. I blocked. The person in front of Ling Xiao was none other than Luo Meiying, who had just sensed something was wrong. The hidden snake sword had completely sunk into her body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from her chest. Her delicate face became incomparably pale, and the aura around her body gradually weakened. Ling Xiao's mind went blank. He looked at Luo Meiying, who still had a faint smile on her face, and a feeling he had never felt before filled his body and mind. It was a kind of crazy hot blood burning, a kind of extreme madness awakening, a kind of most primitive emotion impulsive, a kind of hatred that could not be expressed with words soaring into the sky. No! Ling Xiao's eyes became as red as blood. He hugged Luo Meiying and roared into the sky. This roar shook the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color. The sky was angry, and thunder rumbled. Boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and a shower of rain fell. The people of the Purple Heaven sect attacked Luo Baxing at the same time. Although Luo Baxing's 2 companions were injured, they still rushed forward to help. Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui's target was Luo Baxing. Let go! Luo Baxing wanted to pull out the hidden snake sword, but he found that Luo Meiying was holding it tightly. Just as he was about to push Luo Meiying and Ling Xiao away, sword energy, one hot and one cold, attacked him. Luo Baxing could only let go and retreat, his great sword instantly appearing in his hand. The people of the Flaming Charm sect weren't far away, and Wu Meinyang realized the situation over at the Purple Heaven sect side. She immediately ordered, Sister Lian, take a few sisters with you and protect Yu Laiyan. She's a rare genius, and we can't afford to lose her. Yu Lian hesitated for a moment, but then she nodded and called her 3 companions over to help Yu Laiyan. They would only protect Yu Laiyan and not the rest of the Purple Heaven sect. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only strength mattered, and they wouldn't form an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavy Sword sect just for the sake of the Purple Heaven sect. I'll take the sword after I kill all of you bitches. Luo Baxing's killing intent surged, and the great sword in his hand slashed at Yu Laiyan. Fortunately, Yu Laiyan arrived in time to block the attack for Yu Laiyan. Yu Laiyan was half a step away from the king stage, and although she was a bit weaker than Luo Baxing, she wasn't much weaker. Luo Baxing frowned and shouted, "Does your Flaming Charm sect want to interfere with our Heavy Sword sect matters?" He was anxious. If the Flaming Charm sect really did ally with the Purple Heaven sect, then he was in a very bad situation. After all, the Flaming Charm sect had a total of 8 people, and they even had a spirit weapon like the 5-element Spirit Pearl. He had lost the hidden snake sword, so how could he fight against them? We're only protecting this young lady, and the others have nothing to do with us, Yu Laiyan replied. All right, I'll kill the others first, Luo Baxing responded, then turned to attack Ling Xiao. He wanted to take back the hidden snake sword as soon as possible. Watch out for my sword. Bing Ruoshui stabbed out with her ice sword, and waves of ice flowers stabbed towards Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing cursed, "How annoying, I'll kill you first." However, just as he was about to kill Bing Ruoshui, a fiery whip wrapped around his waist like a snake. What's that? Luo Baxing froze and looked at the red whip at his waist. Senior Sister Ruoshui, kill him quickly. It turned out that when Kitty, who hadn't made a move yet, had used her whip to successfully trap Luo Baxing. You overestimate yourself. Luo Baxing looked at Winkiti disdainfully, then grabbed the red whip and swung it forcefully. Winkiti's petite body immediately flew towards Bing Ruoshui. Just as Bing Ruoshui was about to attack, a black shadow smashed towards her. The 2 women cried out in pain and fell to the side. Luo Baxing took the opportunity to attack with his giant sword, wanting to kill the 2 women in one go. Yu Laiyan wouldn't retreat behind the Flaming Charm sex people, so she used all her strength to attack Luo Baxing. Yu Laiyan had received orders from Wu Meinyang, so she had no choice but to raise her sword in front of Luo Baxing. Bastard, take care of this woman, or I'll kill you too, Luo Baxing cursed angrily as he retreated. Yu Yin turned to Yu Lai Yin and said, "Miss you. You should come with us over there. With the Flaming Charm sect protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you." "Bullshit. I'm grateful that you guys came to protect me, but they're my senior brothers and sisters, and my man is still here. How could I abandon them?" "Go back and tell Mei Nyang that I appreciate her kindness," Yu Lai Yin cursed. At the same time, her rapier once again shot toward Luo Baxing. You're right. You're right." Yu Yin's face flashed with a complicated expression, but just as she was hesitating, Wu Meinyang made her move. Her injuries had recovered by 50%, so she could just barely block Yu Lai Yin. "Meinyang, get out of the way!" Yu Lai Yin shouted. Wu Meinyang ignored her and turned to Luo Baxing. "Brother Luo, give me some face and let the Purple Sky Sect's people go." Luo Baxing frowned and said, "Meinyang, are you really going to stick your nose into this?" "Meinyang has no choice. Please forgive me," Wu Meinyang replied indifferently. Luo Baxing tightened his grip on the giant sword and was silent for a moment before saying, "I can let them go, but I must take his life." With that, he pointed his sword at Ling Xiao, his killing intent clear. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first," Yu Lai Yin and Bing Ruoshui said in unison. Wu Meinyang glanced at Ling Xiao, then at Yu Lai Yin, and said faintly, "Brother Luo's request is a bit difficult." Luo Baxing looked at Wu Meinyang and saw that her killing intent had already been aroused. He immediately softened and said, "For your sake, I'll let this matter go, but I still want my hidden snake sword back. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest." "All right, I can return the hidden snake sword to you," Wu Meinyang replied straightforwardly. "If you want the sword back, exchange it with your life." A cold voice that seemed to come from the netherworld rang out. Chapter 336. Luo Meiying was not a woman with unparalleled beauty, but she was a woman with a strong sense of justice. Her full breasts were her most prideful capital. In the Jade Spring Pavilion, she was one of the most outstanding disciples. In the Purple Sky Sect, there was no lack of disciples who pursued her. However, she had always been focused on cultivation and had no time for relationships, so she had always been single. Until this sect pledge assembly, when she entered the nest of beasts, the heaven-suppressing sect, and other places of life and death, she began to come into contact with Ling Xiao. At the beginning, she did not have any feelings for Ling Xiao. She only felt that Ling Xiao was a fourth-rank alchemist at such a young age. He had achieved a height that others could not reach in their lifetime. Moreover, he had become the Purple Sky Sect's most revered elder, so she only had some respect and curiosity for him. However, later, in the Nest of Beasts, she encountered the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect. Luo Meiying was the kind of heroine who could not bear to see others bully the weak, rape, and pillage. Regardless of Ling Xiao's obstruction, she interfered. In the end, she almost lost her life. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's heroic act of saving the damsel in distress began to capture her heart. From then until now, Ling Xiao's overbearingness, Ling Xiao's humor, Ling Xiao's wit, Ling Xiao's calmness, and everything about Ling Xiao began to gather in her heart bit by bit. It directly filled her heart and occupied her entire being. As long as she closed her eyes, his handsome face would appear in her mind. She found that she had already fallen hopelessly in love with Ling Xiao, even though he already had several women by his side, and these women were all very young and beautiful. She still silently thought of him in her heart. She always wanted to see him. Love is a kind of longing, is a kind of tolerance. It seems very complicated, but in fact, it is that simple. If you love someone, you love everything about them, and you can bear everything for them, even if it is your life. The moment Luo Meiying's chest was pierced, she didn't feel any regret. Instead, she felt extremely satisfied because she had blocked it. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the beautiful woman in his arms. She still had a satisfied smile on her face. It was as if thousands of knives were cutting into his heart. He had never had any improper thoughts towards her. After all, He had many women, and all of them were of superior character and appearance. It wasn't that he judged a book by its cover, but he didn't want to incur too many unrequited love debts. However, at his most dangerous moment, a woman was willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. There was no need for any words to express how this woman felt about him. When he saved her, he had never said anything about devoting himself to her, but she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. What could be more heartbreaking than this? "Senior sister, why are you so stupid?" Ling Xiao said with a hoarse voice as he continued to transfer spiritual energy to Luo Meiying. "Xiao, can I call you that?" Luo Meiying said weakly. Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded his head. I really regret knowing you too late. If I could have known you a few years earlier, I would have definitely become your woman," Luo Meiying said intermittently. "Senior sister, don't say any more. Take the pill first." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Luo Meiying's mouth. Cough, cough. Luo Meiying's life force was constantly flowing through her body. How could she swallow the pill? Don't waste it for me. "Xiao, can you kiss me?" Luo Meiying said her last wish with difficulty. Her eyes that were about to slacken were filled with a bit of expectation. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. His thick lips directly kissed Luo Meiying's jade lips. At this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Luo Meiying's face. Her life had come to an end. No, Ling Xiao couldn't accept the result of Luo Meiying's death. He raised his head to the sky and roared. His spiritual energy was still continuously transferred to Luo Meiying. Unfortunately, it didn't have the slightest effect. "No, I can't let you die. Didn't you say you still want to be my woman? Meiying, you have to hold on," Ling Xiao hurriedly said. His mind was constantly thinking about how to bring Luo Meiying back from the dead. That's right, the 10,000-year stone emulsion can definitely save her. Ling Xiao once again thought of the 10,000-year stone emulsion, so he took it out and fed it to Luo Meiying. However, the 10,000-year stone emulsion that entered Luo Meiying's mouth didn't have the effect of bringing her back from the dead. Ling Xiao's heart was in a complete mess. "That's right, Elder Lu. Quickly come out and save her." Ling Xiao called out to Lu Wang within his sea of consciousness. His only hope was Lu Wang. Back in Meteor City, the Grand Elder had almost all died. It was thanks to a drop of 10,000-year tree sap that the Grand Elder had been brought back to life. Furthermore, he had successfully broken through to the King Realm and returned to his youth. Lu Wang's voice faintly rang out within his sea of consciousness. The weapon in her chest has already destroyed her internal organs and severed all her vitality. Even an immortal would find it difficult to save her. "Impossible. You're so powerful. How could you not be able to save her? I beg you, as long as you save her, I'll do anything for you in the future. You can stay in my sea of consciousness for as long as you want," Ling Xiao anxiously said. It's not that this old man doesn't want to, it's just that this old man is powerless." Lu Wang shook his head and sighed. In his heart, he said, "Only if this old man can recover all of his essence energy will there be a chance." Ling Xiao's expression froze, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If even Lu Wang couldn't do anything, then could Luo Meiying still be saved? Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned cold. He instantly pulled out the hidden snake danger from Luo Meiying's chest, and his other palm immediately began to emit icy cold spiritual energy. Gradually, Luo Meiying's body was completely sealed in ice by him. "Meiying, just you wait. Ling Xiao, swear in the name of the heavens that I will definitely save you." Ling Xiao bit down on his own blood as he solemnly swore to the heavens. Ling Xiao had always been a person who cared deeply about relationships and righteousness. For a woman who was willing to die for him, no matter if she was beautiful or ugly, rich or poor, anyone would be moved and fall in love with her. At the same time, Ling Xiao had always been a conceited and domineering man. He felt that it was a man's duty to protect women. But now, he had let a woman protect him, and this woman had even lost her life for him. Even he, who had a powerful treasure, had been unable to save her. A wave of guilt involuntarily welled up in his heart. At the same time, resentment and regret filled his entire body. He hadn't killed Luo Baxing all this time out of consideration for the future of the sect. Before entering the secret realm, Xiao Songlin had always emphasized that he shouldn't get into conflict with the three sections. That was why Ling Xiao had kept Luo Baxing alive. He hadn't expected Luo Baxing to not appreciate his kindness, and instead kept provoking him until tragedy struck. He was filled with regret. Ling Xiao put Luo Ming down and stood up. "If you want the sword, you'll have to exchange your life for it," he said coldly. His voice was like a demonic curse, as cold as frost and as chilling as ice. Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. Wasn't that the grief-stricken Ling Xiao? His face was dark and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire body exuded an oppressive aura, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats and making it difficult for them to breathe. Luo Baxing was startled by Ling Xiao and involuntarily took a step back. Right now, he only felt that those eyes were like sharp blades that ruthlessly pierced into his heart, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even a true king stage cultivator might not be able to make him feel this kind of stage fright. Luo Baxing steadied his emotions and used anger to cover up his loss of composure. "You don't have the ability to take my life." He then turned to Wu Meinyang and said, "Meinyang, please don't interfere in this matter. I'm going to kill this bastard." Wu Meinyang revealed a troubled expression. She didn't want to become enemies with the Heavy Sword sect, so she just wanted to persuade Luo Baxing to leave. However, Luo Baxing wanted the spirit weapon back, and not only did Ling Xiao refuse to return it, it seemed that he wanted to fight to the death with Luo Baxing. She was in a dilemma. "Junior brother, I think it's better to forget about this matter. Offending the Heavy Sword sect won't do your Purple Sky sect any good," Wu Meinyang advised Ling Xiao. "If it wasn't for the fact that Yulai Yin had the same charming bone physique as her, she would never have gotten involved in this matter." Huh. Suddenly, Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. This laughter was filled with sorrow, hatred, and a thick, killing intent. Everyone could feel Ling Xiao's current state of mind, and they all felt sad for him, especially Yulai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, and Wenkidi. They were all wondering if he would also be sad if they died for him. "I don't know what this brat is laughing about." At this time, the three people from the Light Star Hall also walked over. Heavenly Star looked at the crazily laughing Ling Xiao and asked in confusion, "I'm laughing at your mother." Ling Xiao was already in a state of exploding. Heavenly Star's words were like a spark that ignited the fuse, and he was immediately insulted by Ling Xiao. The blood in Ling Xiao's body continued to churn, and that overwhelming hatred gradually began to control his mind. "If I kill your man, I'll tell you to forget about it. You brainless woman, if you don't want to die, then scram." Ling Xiao coldly stared at Wu Meinyang and scolded her. "Bastard!" Two voices shouted at the same time. One came from Tianxing's mouth, while the other came from Wu Meinyang's mouth. Heavenly Star had always been one of the most outstanding youths in the Light Star Hall. He was known as the Son of Stars, which proved that he would be one of the candidates for the future junior sect master of the Light Star Hall. But now he was being insulted by a kid from a low-ranked sect. How could he swallow this insult? Wu Meinyang and Heavenly Star were both the future successors of the sect, and, at the same time, she was also a woman who had not experienced the ways of the world. Being insulted by Ling Xiao like this, she felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Luo Baxing added oil to the fire. "This little bastard clearly doesn't care about our three sections. We can't let him leave here today. Once we leave the secret realm, my Heavy Sword sect will definitely massacre your Purple Sky sect. A mere disciple of the Purple Sky sect dares to be so arrogant? You'll pay for your words," Heavenly Star said with a gloomy face, his killing intent rising. Wu Meinyang's beautiful eyes were also filled with thick killing intent. At this time, Ling Xiao's suppressed anger and hatred erupted at this moment, and a black broadsword appeared in his hand. The broadsword exuded a strong, bloodthirsty aura. At this moment, he had finally become a bloodthirsty demon king. Chapter 337. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thunder and lightning rained down. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up a chilling atmosphere. A young man with black hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was unusually cold and gloomy. Divine light shone around him as he held an ink-colored saber in his hand. The saber's teeth were bloodthirsty and sharp, and the patterns on its body were mysterious. Occasionally, it flashed with a blood-red light. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who was brimming with murderous intent. The saber in his hand was the high-grade third-stage blood-devouring saber. Ever since Ling Xiao took it from Xiaoshi in the sex trial grounds, Violet Maple Valley, he had left it lying around. After all, this saber didn't match his attribute, and it was a strange demonic saber that could be upgraded by drinking blood. Luo Meiying had died in order to save him. Ling Xiao sank into unprecedented guilt and self-blame. At the same time, he was furious to the extreme. He had already become a murderous demon king. Brother Luo, hurry up and kill him. Do you want me to do it for you? Tianxing said lightly to Luo Baxing. If he wasn't injured, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao himself. Don't worry, I'll take his life, Luo Baxing said with some insincerity. His heart was already filled with fear. He had fought with Ling Xiao before. If he didn't have the hidden snake sword, he knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was enraged, would he still have a chance? However, as the leader of the Heavy Sword sect, how could he look down on the Light Star Hall and Charmflame sect? If that was the case, how could he raise his head in front of Tianxing and Wu Meinyang for the rest of his life? Wu Meinyang had already been driven mad by Ling Xiao. She didn't care about her relationship with Yu Yin and retreated to the side with her own people, no longer participating in the matter between the Purple Sky sect and Luo Baxing. Her expression was full of anger. The only sense of curiosity she had towards Ling Xiao disappeared without a trace. What was left was only cursing in her heart. Ungrateful bastard, go to hell. Kill him. Before Luo Baxing could reach him, Ling Xiao screamed. The demonic blade in Ling Xiao's hand flashed with a demonic light. It streaked across the air like a bolt of lightning, slashing toward Luo Baxing. So fast, Luo Baxing's expression tightened. Ling Xiao was already in front of him, and he hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack. Ding! The profound weapons clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Luo Baxing felt his hand go numb as a powerful force shook his blood and qi, sending him flying backward. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao forced Luo Baxing back with a single move, muttering the word kill over and over again. His eyes were bloodshot, and the vampiric saber in his hand buzzed, as if he was in the throes of thirst for blood. Ling Xiao swung his blade like the wind, each slash filled with spiritual energy. His killing intent seemed to want to tear Luo Baxing into pieces. Saber after saber smashed down like a storm. Luo Baxing was frightened out of his wits and kept blocking with his sword. However, he found that each of Ling Xiao's strikes was like 1,000 tons of weight, splitting his palm and causing his internal organs to churn. Luo Baxing was bound to lose after defending for a long time. His sword was knocked out of his hands by Ling Xiao's slashes, and his palms were still bleeding. Kill him! Ling Xiao was like a wild bird that had lost its mind. Every move he made had no style to it, and he only slashed with all his might. Now that Luo Baxing had lost his sword, his eyes were bloodshot. It was another courageous and peerlessly fast slash. This time, it was aimed at Luo Baxing's shoulder. Oh no! Luo Baxing was already scared out of his wits. He shouted inwardly when he saw the incoming blade and tried to retreat. But it was too late. Puffed. Ah! Blood bloomed like a flower, instantly dyeing a large patch of rainwater red. An arm flew far away and fell to the ground, lifeless. Luo Baxing held his arm that was spurting blood like a fountain and squealed like a pig being slaughtered. However, he didn't know that this was only the beginning. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao became even more ferocious at the sight of blood. He kept screaming and slashed at Luo Baxing's other arm without any hesitation. Stop! The two Chongjian sect disciples came to their senses and immediately rushed over to save Luo Baxing. Although Ling Xiao was already in a berserk state, he didn't hesitate in the face of danger. He slashed at the two with a backhand, blocking their sneak attack. Then, he disappeared in front of them. Where did he go? One of the Chongjian sect disciples was stunned. The other Chongjian sect disciple suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Oh no! The Chongjian sect disciple was shocked and quickly ran forward. But how could he be faster than Ling Xiao's blade? The blade slashed at his waist, and the Chongjian sect disciple was instantly cut in half. The other Chongjian sect disciple was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to make an enemy out of Ling Xiao. He didn't hesitate and wanted to escape as far as he could. This was simply a god of death. But could he be faster than Ling Xiao's wind attribute? Before he could escape more than 10 meters, a pitch-black blade cut him in half. Luo Baxing was filled with regret when he saw this. How could he have provoked such a malefic existence? Xingzi, Mainyang, kill him quickly. He's already possessed. Luo Baxing gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he shouted at Tianxing and Mainyang. He had no choice but to ask for help. Losing an arm was bad enough. If he lost his life, it would be a big deal. When Heavenstar saw that Ling Xiao was so ferocious, he was truly given a big fright in his heart too. He thought that Ling Xiao was at most a peak spiritual master, but he could explode with energy several times stronger than a Chongjian sect disciple. Was he still human? While Tianxing was hesitating, Ling Xiao walked towards Luo Baxing again. He dragged the saber and walked step by step, the tip of the saber drawing a straight line on the ground. The rain soaked his clothes, and the blood-devouring saber flashed strangely. The blood on the saber mysteriously disappeared from the body of the saber. Don't come over! Luo Baxing looked at the demon-like Ling Xiao and screamed. He dragged his heavily injured body and ran towards Tianxing. Bastard! You want to tire me to death. Tianxing panicked and quickly turned to run. How could he fight against Ling Xiao in his heavily injured state? Even if he had a spirit weapon, he couldn't fight him head-on. Tianxing ran, and his two companions ran as well. Luo Baxing revealed a look of despair. He then saw the people from the Flaming Charm sect. Just as he was about to run over, a blade slashed towards his head like the wind. Another blood-curdling scream rang out, and another arm flew off. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao waved his demonic blade and chopped off Luo Baxing's limbs one by one. Not far away, the people from the Purple Sky sect and the Flaming Charm sect were so disgusted by this scene that their stomachs churned. Most of them couldn't stop vomiting. This was simply too bloody and cruel. At the end, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile and looked at the limbless Luo Baxing. You shouldn't have killed her. If you want to kill her, come and kill me. You shouldn't have killed her. If you want to kill her, come and kill me. Ling Xiao repeatedly shouted as he mercilessly chopped Luo Baxing into pieces with the blood-devouring blade. A large patch of blood dyed the ground and the sky red. Ling Xiao let out a long howl and finally completed his demonic transformation. His eyes were frighteningly red like those of a demonic beast. Xiao, what's wrong? Bing Ruoxue worriedly ran towards Ling Xiao. Kill! Ling Xiao roared as he flung his long hair and slashed at Bing Ruoxue with his demonic blade. Don't! The disciples of the Purple Sky sect shouted in unison. Yulai Yin and Wen Qidi both closed their eyes, as if they didn't want to see Ling Xiao kill Bing Ruoxue. Bing Ruoxue didn't resist and just stared blankly at Ling Xiao. The demonic blade stopped in front of Bing Ruoshui's forehead, and a few strands of hair fell down. Bing Ruoshui's forehead was cut by the blade chi, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed down. You go, all of you go. Kill. Ling Xiao turned around and chased after Heavenly Star and the others as if she had gone mad. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Xiao, come back, come back. Bing Ruoshui came back to her senses and chased after Ling Xiao like a madman. Senior Sister Ruoshui, come back. Chen Wenyu ran in front of Bing Ruoshui and called out, "Get out of my way, I'm going to find Xiao." Bing Ruoshui said firmly, "Junior brother Ling is out of control now. If you go there, you'll die. You should leave him alone for now. Maybe he'll be fine in 2 days," Chen Wenyu said. Sister Ruoshui, Senior brother Chun is right. Let's let Xiao go. I believe he'll be able to get through this. Yu Lian also came over and tried to persuade her. Bing Ruoshui also knew that they were right. She looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. At this moment, 2 powerful energies soared into the sky. 2 fiery lights instantly shook off the rain, and a fiery light shone in the sky. Haha, I can feel the spiritual chi of fire. A shocking voice sounded. Hee, I can feel it too. My whole body feels so comfortable. Another voice sounded. 2 majestic and handsome figures slowly descended from the sky. Weren't these 2 Yin Zhe and Zhao Nen who had been healing? The people from the Purple Sky sect looked at them in shock. How could they recover so quickly? And it seemed they had broken through. After the 2 of them landed, their previous dispirited state was swept away. Their auras had actually reached the half-step king level. No wonder they were laughing so happily. You both broke through? Chen Wenyu asked in shock. Haha, only half-step. Yinze laughed heartily. Zhaonan flicked his wet hair and sent a smug emoji. I only broke through half a step. Chen Wenyu was stunned, and so were the people from the Purple Sky sect. How could they break through while injured? Hey, where's Junior Brother Ling? I have to properly thank him. Yinze looked around, but didn't see any trace of Ling Xiao. Yes, if it weren't for Junior Brother Ling's generosity, how could I have comprehended so quickly? Tell me where he went. I have to thank him. Zhao Nen also said. Chen Wenyu's face darkened. He didn't know how to answer. Chapter 338. Wenyu, tell me, where's Junior Brother Ling? Yinze urged. Zhao Nan, who was at the side, also asked, Did he go on his own again? Chen Wenyu hesitated for a moment before saying, Let's find a place to take shelter from the rain first. I'll slowly tell you later. The group from the Purple Heaven sect returned to the pavilion in the main hall to take shelter from the rain. When Yin Zhe and Zhao Nan saw the frozen Luo Meiying, they were furious. At the same time, they realized that something big must have happened. Chen Wenyu made a long story short and roughly recounted the events that had occurred earlier. The 2 of them felt extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had tried to save them, he wouldn't have been ambushed, and Luo Ming wouldn't have died. The 2 of them blamed themselves and swore, There will be a day when the Heavy Sword sect will repay the debt of blood with blood. After Heavenly Star and his 2 companions saw Ling Xiao's demonic state, they didn't dare to stay any longer and ran down the mountain. However, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, wetting their faces and blurring their vision, preventing them from escaping very quickly. Young Master, let's take shelter from the rain first. A disciple of the Light Star Hall reminded Tianxing. Tianxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, but you have to restrain your aura. His internal injuries were not light, and it was not suitable for him to use force, so he definitely could not let his guard down. The 3 of them hid in a dense forest, sheltering themselves from the rain under a large tree. At the same time, the 3 of them consumed pills and began to meditate to heal their injuries. As long as he recovered his body and energy earlier, he would have an extra layer of protection. While the 3 of them were meditating and recuperating, Ling Xiao was running wildly in the rain like a wild beast. His scarlet eyes were terrifying to the extreme, and the demonic blade in his hand was actually emitting a faint black mist, as if its grade was slowly increasing. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao screamed all the way, looking everywhere for someone to kill. It was unknown if he was conscious or if it was fate. Ling Xiao found Heaven Star and the other two who were meditating. Young master, that fellow is here. A disciple from the Light Star Hall hastily stood up and shouted. Nonsense! Am I blind? Xianxia glared at his companion and cursed. He then took out the silver falcon mirror and said, There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on taking it. I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia had always been cautious, and his impulsiveness was different from Luo Baxing's. Facing Ling Xiao, who was running over madly, Heaven Star chose to strike first to gain the initiative. The silver falcon mirror shook slightly, and a beam of white light blasted towards Ling Xiao. Wherever the white light went, rainwater splashed and trees collapsed. Roar! Ling Xiao let out a beast-like roar as he slashed at the white light with the blood-devouring sword. Rumble! A figure was sent flying far away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ha! You dare to provoke me, Xianxia? You're courting death. Xianxia saw that Ling Xiao had been sent flying with a single move, and felt that the latter couldn't possibly survive. He immediately laughed out loud. The Silver Falcon Mirror was a low-grade spirit artifact, and it was compatible with Xianxia's attributes. The energy attack it unleashed was several times stronger than Luo Baxing's Hidden Snake Sword. If Xianxia hadn't been injured and consumed a large amount of spiritual power, this move would have been even more powerful. Even so, this move still had the terrifying power of a high-grade King Stage attack. Even a true King Stage expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, just as Xianxia's laughter stopped, a swift figure attacked from not far away. Kill! The figure let out a hoarse cry, and the ink-colored broadsword slashed out in an arc crack. In an instant, a few trees snapped, but the power of the broadsword continued to slash forward like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia was shocked. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would survive such a powerful move, and he hurriedly used the Silver Falcon Mirror to meet the attack. The two people beside Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent, and they attacked at the same time towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had completely lost control, and he didn't even bother to defend himself as he continued to slash at Xianxia Clank. Xianxia met the attack with the Silver Falcon Mirror. He was already heavily injured, so how could he withstand Ling Xiao's full-force attack? He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into a few trees before stopping. Ling Xiao had sent Xianxia flying, but he was attacked from both sides. One of them had stabbed his lower left rib, while the other had slashed at his chest. The two of them were overjoyed that their attack had succeeded. Who could survive 2 sword attacks in a row? Unfortunately, it was too early for them to be happy. Ling Xiao didn't seem to know pain. He roared and swept the Demon Devourer blade horizontally, slashing at the neck of the person who had stabbed his left rib. That person was too pleased with himself. He only saw a flash of black light, and before he could even scream, his head was separated from his body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out like a fountain. The Demon Devourer blade displayed its strange side, and it actually sucked the blood that sprayed out over. The blood had just attached to the blade when it disappeared. The other person screamed in fear when he saw his companion's miserable state and quickly turned to flee. How could Ling Xiao let him leave so easily? He was already addicted to killing, and he forgot about his injuries. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the Demon Devourer blade in his hand swung out a move that Ling Xiao had never used before. Waves of black qi surged, and formless sword qi was produced. The sword qi covered everything in the surroundings, and a black blade-like blade light blasted towards the escaping person. When the black blade light swept past, the weeds and trees actually withered at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This was a terrifying slash filled with demonic qi. Go all out. In the face of danger, that person gritted his teeth, turned around, and a tyrannical light attribute energy bloomed. When the black blade light encountered the white sword light, it was sluggish, but only for a moment. In the next moment, the white light was completely devoured by the black light, and it attacked that person again. That person didn't realize that his strongest move would be blasted away so quickly, and his body was quickly cut into pieces by all the blade light. A blood screen bloomed in midair, and the demon devourer blade was like a greedy, blood-sucking imp, and a powerful suction force sucked towards the blood screen. Swoosh! All the blood seeped into the blade, and a smear of bright red bloomed. The black back of the blade actually became abnormally smooth at this moment, and a strange pattern appeared on the blade, like a small dragon circling around. Swoosh! With Ling Xiao as the center, a black light shot up into the sky. The image of a rare, exotic beast roared a few times in the air before disappearing from the saber blade. The demon devourer blade actually advanced at this moment. Ling Xiao only felt the beast blood in his body boiling, and the two sword wounds he had just received were actually slowly healing, and his murderous aura became even more frightening. Kill! He roared towards the sky and plunged in the direction that Xianxia escaped. Xianxia took advantage of the moment when his companion's sneak attacked Ling Xiao and dragged his seriously injured body to escape. He hadn't escaped far when he noticed the strange situation over there, and his face paled as he murmured, "When the Demon King is born, the world changes and the wind and clouds become chaotic." Could it be that Tianjizi's prophecy was true? No, that's impossible. I must escape. I must bring this matter outside and let everyone crusade against the Purple Sky sect. Tianxia swallowed a few more pills, one of which was the storm pill. His speed doubled, and he didn't know which direction to go, and he fled all the way down the giant peak. Outside the secret realm, all the Earth sovereign stage powerhouses flew out from their respective places of meditation and gathered together. Three of them stood at the front, and the others were a little behind. An old man in a starry robe looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said with a stern expression, "Why is the demonic aura so heavy? Could it be that there are devil cultivators inside?" Another old man with a huge black sword on his back said disapprovingly, "It should be that those brats found some demonic creature." Another middle-aged lady, who was dressed up beautifully, smiled and said, "We'll be out in a few days. Don't be anxious. I believe this will be the most fruitful time." Looking at the phenomenon, there must be a great danger in the secret realm. As long as they can come out safely, it can be considered a blessing. The old man in a starry robe coldly snorted. When he said this, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong, as if something unpredictable had happened in the secret realm. The old man with the huge black sword on his back stroked his beard, and his old eyes bloomed with determination. He thought to himself, "Young master has the help of the hidden snake sword and the puppet. The treasures in the secret realm will definitely belong to my heavy sword sect." At this time, two people hurriedly ran out of the tent. One went to the side of the old man in the starry robe, and the other went to the side of the old man with the huge sword on his back. The two of them whispered something into the ears of the two old men. What? The two old men were extremely shocked. Immediately after, the two old men returned to their own tents as fast as they could. The old man with the huge sword on his back looked at the 10 jade tubes of life in front of him, and his old face turned the color of a pig's liver. He muttered, "Dead? How could they be dead? This is impossible." In the center of the northwest, the main altar of the Light Star Hall, an old man with snow-white hair and brows was sitting cross-legged on a star-shaped frost jade throne. Other than the frost jade throne emitting waves of death chi, the old man's eyes were tightly shut, and he didn't emit any aura at all. It was as if he had already passed away on the frost jade throne. Suddenly, the deathly silent old man opened his old eyes, and two frightening rays of light shot out from them, making people not dare to look directly at them. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the myriad beast's lair, and his brows furrowed. He smacked his dry old lips and said, "When the demon king is born, the world will change, and the wind and clouds will be in chaos. The demon Tao will prosper, and the righteous Tao will decline. The 100 races will prosper, and the world will be in chaos." It really came true. It seems that I have to make early preparations. After saying that, a scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter shone brightly, illuminating a radius of 5,000 miles. Following that, a group of ghostly figures flew over from all directions. In a mountain range that was always shrouded in dark clouds in the south. At the peak of the mountain, in front of a dark stone mountain, a stooped old man in a black robe looked up at the distant horizon. Two brilliant rays of light shot out from his old eyes, and his face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Ha ha, the master of the demon Tao, have finally appeared. My devil shadow sect has been hiding for so many years, and it's time for us to come out and take a stroll. Otherwise, everyone will forget about us." After saying that, the old man flew from the mountain peak in a certain direction. In just a flash, he was already 1,000 meters away. That speed was simply terrifying. Chapter 339. Secret Realm, Heaven-Suppressing Sect. As the Light Star Hall's strongest representative, Heavenly Star, who wielded the low-grade spirit artifact, Silver Falcon Mirror, was fleeing like a stray dog. The originally handsome and extraordinary Son of Stars was now in a sorry state and extremely sloppy. Heavenly Star continuously fled for 2 days and 2 nights. He discovered that he had lost his direction and fell into dangerous situations multiple times and almost lost his life. If not for the Silver Falcon Mirror and the rank 5 armor he was wearing, he would have died long ago. Actually, he also did not want to flee so desperately, but he kept feeling that there was a thick, baleful blood chi hanging behind him. Others might not know what this baleful blood chi was, but how could he not know? That was a killing god who killed people without seeing blood. He kept praying in his heart that the secret realm could open a bit faster. As long as he endured for another half a day, it would be the full moon period. The secret realm would open, and he would be able to escape with his life. He would be able to return to the protection of his sect. He would be able to bring people to exterminate the Purple Heaven sect, and he could even make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. This was the first time he was chased like this, the first time he was in such a sorry state, the first time he was scared to this extent. This enmity had to be avenged. How long was half a day to Heavenly Star? Originally, it was just a snap of a finger, but he still had to flee everywhere, constantly on tenterhooks, and his internal injuries repeatedly flared up. It was simply unbearable and suffocating. Heavenly Star hid in a patch of weeds. These weeds were all as tall as a person. He hid inside and concealed his aura. Ordinary people would find it hard to discover him. This place was definitely the best hiding place. Shouldn't be able to find me. Heavenly Star consumed the last 2 healing medicinal pills and directly laid in the grass, not wanting to move at all. Continuously fleeing for 2 days and 2 nights simply made him on the verge of collapse. Moreover, there was still a long half a day of waiting time. He just wanted to lie down for half a day to pass, and then he could take a good breath. Heavenly Star was already unprecedentedly tired. Lying down, his vigilance dropped to the lowest point. His entire person was a little dazed and about to fall asleep. What he didn't know was that not far from the grass in front of him, a figure dragging a black broadsword was slowly approaching. This person's eyes were terrifyingly red, and his black hair was casually scattered, covering his firm and determined face. As the wind blew, strands of his hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an incomparably cold and desolate killing intent. The pitch-black broadsword in his hand was heavy and unadorned, but the bloodthirsty blade teeth seemed so sinister. The 4 lines on the blade were vivid and lifelike, like 4 little dragons swimming about. This person was none other than the demonized Ling Xiao, and the saber in his hand was the blood-devouring demon saber that had been upgraded from high-tier Type 3 to low-tier Type 4. Ling Xiao stepped into the grass step by step, as if he didn't even need to distinguish the direction to know where Heavenly Star was. In his mind, the words "kill him" had long been imprinted on his mind. Not for anything, not for anyone, just to kill. This was Ling Xiao's current state of bedevilment. Sha, what's that sound? Tianxing woke up from his daze and muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils dilated infinitely. Following that, his entire person scuttled forward like a leopard. Kill! Like a roar from the 9 nether hells. An even faster figure caught up to Tianxing. Tianxing did not even think, turning around and taking out the silver falcon mirror, injecting all the spirit energy in his body over. He knew that if he didn't risk his life this time, then there would only be one outcome for him. White light flashed, a strike with all his strength. The distance between the two was rather close. Ling Xiao also did not choose to dodge, and directly dove into that white light. Rumble. Ling Xiao was sent flying out fiercely. Dead, right? This lunatic is finally dead. Tianxing staggered and fell into the grass as he laughed loudly. His complexion was already pale to the extreme. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous fleeing had pretty much exhausted him. Although the healing medicinal pills that he consumed earlier had somewhat recovered, they were all used on this move. He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead after taking a direct hit from the silver falcon mirror. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed again. Ling Xiao was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He actually stood up again, the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand, carrying a murderous slash. Why is it like this? Tianxing was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, exclaiming in disbelief. He could not understand how a mere high-level spirit master's body could be so strong. He was injured again and again, as if he really was not injured at all. Mother of asterisk her, since it's like this, then even if I die, I'll pull your purple sky sect down with me. A resolute look flashed through Tianxing's eyes. After a loud roar, he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth. Spirit-burning pill, another spirit-burning pill. After Tianxing consumed the medicinal pill, a surge of strength skyrocketed. Right now, Tianxing didn't consume the spirit-burning pill to fight with Ling Xiao, but to continue fleeing for his life. He had to endure until the secret realm reopened. He had to bring the news here outside, and he had to make the Purple Sky Sect take responsibility for this matter. Although the spirit-burning pill would consume over a dozen years of his lifespan, it could let him live. After returning to the sect, perhaps the sect master would think of a way to help him recover this lifespan and return to the peak. He firmly believed that as long as he was alive, there was hope. Before Ling Xiao's large blade had even chopped down, Tianxing exploded with powerful energy and instantly sped off into the distance. Ling Xiao was like a crazed wild beast, madly sprinting in the direction of Tianxing. However, he had not run very far when his entire body plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Where are you? Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Where are you? A series of cries rang out incessantly in a corner of the secret realm. This group was precisely the remaining 11 people of the Purple Sky Sect. Chun Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, Yulai Yin, Bing Ruashe, Wen Qidi, Shi Tianho, all of their faces had worried and sorrowful expressions. They rode on spirit beasts and dispersed, searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts nonstop. Unfortunately, the only response they got was an empty echo. Chun Wenyu sat on the green cloud eagle and had already searched most of the heaven-suppressing sect. In the end, he returned to the group in disappointment. Because the secret realm was about to open in 2 hours, they had no choice but to give up on the idea of continuing to search for Ling Xiao. How am I going to explain this to the Peak Lord? Chun Wenyu thought sadly in his heart. Ling Xiao was Mu Huai's favorite. If Ling Xiao was really not driven out of the secret realm in the end, then Mu Huai would probably go mad. Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, Yu Lai Yin, and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were the most unsightly. Yin Zhe and Zhao Nan had been saved by Ling Xiao, and it was precisely because Ling Xiao had healed their injuries that the tragedy had occurred. Both of them had blamed themselves greatly in their hearts. Even though they had broken through to the half-step king rank, they did not feel the slightest bit of joy. There was no need to mention Yu Lai Yin and Bing Ruoshui. They had only obtained Ling Xiao's approval for half a month, but now Ling Xiao had fallen into the demonic path and left them. They did not know if they would ever see him again after he left. For a moment, both of their hearts were in a mess. Senior sisters, don't be too sad. Ling Xiao is so powerful, so he should be fine. Maybe when the secret realm opens, we'll see him outside. When Kitty walked over and sat between Yu Lai Yin and Bing Ruoshui as she comforted them, Yu Lai Yin forced out a smile and replied, "Junior sister one is right. That guy is very powerful, so nothing will happen to him. You should just be angry for a moment, and he should be somewhere waiting for the secret realm to open like us." Although Yu Yin's words were self-comforting, she had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes lit up, and she seemed to agree with Yu Yin's words. She said, "Sister Yin is right. He's definitely waiting for the secret realm to open like us. When we get out, we'll definitely meet again." After the surrounding people heard this, they all seemed to feel that it was very reasonable. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary. Although his mind was temporarily confused, 2 or 3 days had passed, and he should be able to calm down. Poor senior sister Luo. When Kitty touched her space ring, her eyes filled with infinite sorrow as she sighed. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt sad again. 2 hours passed quickly. At this moment, dozens of inexplicably powerful spiritual forces descended from the sky. The multicolored spiritual power finally gathered together and broke through the barrier of the secret realm. A wide opening opened up. The 11 people from the Purple Sky sect rushed towards the opening. At the same time, the disciples of the Flame Charm sect and some of the other sects who had not yet died also rushed in that direction. Finally appeared. In a crack in the rocks, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s or 50s slowly walked towards the opening with weak steps. Upon closer inspection, this pale-faced middle-aged man was actually the Light Star Hall's Xianxia. The spirit-burning pill could only last for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he would immediately consume more than 10 years of his lifespan. Moreover, his meridians and dantian would be severely damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover for the rest of his life. Now that he was still able to move towards the secret realm's entrance with such a broken body, it could be seen how strong his consciousness of survival was. Unfortunately, he had consumed too much energy in the end, and the symptoms after the medicinal power faded made him feel unbearable pain, and his whole body was weak. The secret realm could only open for a short half an hour, and Tianxing was only a few hundred meters away from the exit. However, as he watched the exit grow smaller and smaller, he struggled to move forward, hoping that he could hold on to the end. However, his body was too weak. He only lightly tripped over a small stone, and his whole body fell to the ground. As he fell, he still refused to give up. His hands kept crawling forward, and his mouth kept trembling as he shouted, "Wait, wait, wait for me." At this time, a young man from another sect who was rushing towards the exit saw the struggling Tianxing. He paused for a moment, then sneered, "I wonder which sect's disciple you are to actually be able to participate in the sect oath assembly at such an age. It seems that you still want to go out. Let this young master help you out." "Please, please bring." Tianxing looked at the person who had come, and as if he had seen a life-saving grass, he begged the young man for help. However, in the next moment, the young man sneered and his long sword flashed. Tianxing's head was separated from his body, and his eyes were still open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. This good thing can't be wasted. The young man quickly removed the corpse's spatial ring, then immediately disappeared into the secret realm's exit that was about to disappear. The Light Star Hall Son of Stars had finally become a tragedy. Chapter 340. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. Dozens of Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses opened the entrance to the secret realm. Although they all knew that the arcane territory was abnormally dangerous, according to the previous years, at least one-third of the people from each sect would come out alive. However, they found that the situation was especially bad this time. The entrance had been open for a long time, but not a single person had appeared. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses were extremely anxious. After all, those who entered the secret realm were the outstanding talents of their sect's younger generation. If they were all wiped out, then there would be a shortage of young talents in the future. This was something they didn't want to see. After a while, someone finally came out of the secret realm's entrance. Wasn't that a group of 8 women from the Charmflame sect? A noble who was in the middle of using his spiritual power nodded in satisfaction. His sect's disciples had finally come out. Although 2 of them had died, the Sanus was fine, and most of the people were safe and sound. He naturally heaved a sigh of relief. After the Charmflame sect's people came out, another group of people came out. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses began to pray. I hope it's the children of our sect. The group that came out was a group of 11 from the Purple Sky sect. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they didn't have the slightest bit of the joy of coming out of the secret realm. Good. Xiao Songlin couldn't conceal his joy as he looked at the new generation of his sect and nodded repeatedly. He suddenly remembered the last sect oath ceremony. A total of 22 people had gone, but only 4 or 5 had come out. Now that nearly half of them had made it out alive, he was overjoyed at the turn of events. However, when he saw everyone's faces clearly, his eyes narrowed and he looked carefully again, as if searching for something. When another dozen or so people walked out one after another, the gate of the secret realm finally closed gradually. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall shouted and blasted out all of his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't block the powerful restriction set up by the secret realm. Puffed. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. How could the Star Child not come out? Impossible. The old man shouted madly. The other old man with the giant sword, who was holding on to hope, looked at the exit that had disappeared, and his expression was also extremely disappointed. How could this be? They're really all dead. They're really all dead. The old man shook his head bitterly. The 2 of them weren't the only ones who were upset. Most of the Earth's sovereign realm elders had ugly expressions on their faces. It's really the birth of the Devil King. The wind and clouds are rising, and the common people are in chaos. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall suddenly shouted, Our Radiant Star Hall announces our withdrawal from the sect Oath Assembly. My Heavy Sword sect announces that from now on, we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly. The old man with the huge sword on his back also made an oath. My Tai Li sect announces that we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly. The River Dark sect announces that we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly. Our 6 Extreme sect announces our withdrawal from the sect Oath Assembly. Following the announcement of the Light Star Hall, the rest of the sects responded one after another. They didn't want to send another batch of people to die here in another 5 years. They didn't have many outstanding disciples of the new generation to waste here, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. The sect Oath Assembly also came to an end after this. The people of the various sects began to embark on the journey of returning to their sections. Thousand Beast City, Purple Heaven Sect's base. Xiao Song Lin's face darkened, and he began to interrogate about what happened in the secret territory. When you finished explaining the situation in the secret territory to Xiao Song Lin. Xiao Song Lin immediately shattered the tea table, and then he shouted angrily, Good kill. Really should have killed those bastards. He paused for a moment, and then revealed a sad expression. Sigh. I pity that kid Ling Xiao. Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu, who were sitting at the side, sighed heavily and showed sad expressions. They had seen Ling Xiao before, and both of them felt that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the sect, and he would definitely lead the sect to become more powerful and glorious. It was a pity that he could only stay in the secret territory forever. The secret territory required more than 10 Earth Sovereign Stage experts to open the gap in the barrier, and the number of Earth Sovereign Stage experts in the Purple Heaven sect could be counted on one hand. How could they have the opportunity to break the barrier and wait for Ling Xiao to come out? Yun Ming Qi, who was sitting at the side, could not hide the grief and pain in her heart, and a hazy mist was about to pour out. She and Ling Xiao had gone through life and death together in the desolate mountains, and after 2 or 3 years of separation, they finally had the opportunity to be together. However, she found that her wait seemed to have turned into an empty dream. It was a poignant and beautiful dream, but when she woke up, the dream was shattered. Her heart became empty and unbearable, as if it was being sliced apart by someone with a knife. That kind of indescribable pain was not something that could be described by others. In this life, I must destroy the heavy sword sect. Yun Ming Qi's sad and beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment, and her whole body flew out of the house. Stop right there. Xiao Song Lin raised an eyebrow and shouted loudly. An inexplicable pressure descended, and Yun Ming Qi's delicate body was imprisoned and could not move. Elder Xiao, let me avenge Ling Xiao. Yun Ming Qi was unwilling to give up, and she cried out in her tender voice. After she finished speaking, she could not suppress the sadness in her eyes, and tears flowed down. Ling Xiao was already separated from her by 2 different worlds. Moreover, there were countless dangers in the secret territory, and Ling Xiao's mind was not clear. Could he still live? Yun Ming Qi did not dare to continue thinking. She only wanted to kill everyone in the Heavy Sword sect to vent her anger. Xiao Song Lin waved his hand, and Yun Ming Qi could not help but retreat back into the house. He heavily sighed. The Heavy Sword sect disciples are already dead, and Ling Xiao killed the main culprit. This matter is over. Although Xiao Song Lin also wanted to vent his anger on the Heavy Sword sect, he could not. Why? Because he had to think of the big picture. The Heavy Sword sect was a 7th grade sect, and although it was only 1 grade higher than the Purple Sky sect, this 1 grade was enough to crush many 8th grade sections. The Heavy Sword sect strength was not something that the Purple Sky sect could contend against, and the two were not on the same level. All the Heavy Sword sect's disciples who entered the secret territory had already died. If the Heavy Sword sect knew that Ling Xiao had done it, then their Purple Sky sect would fall into an unstoppable state. Therefore, Xiao Song Lin could only bury the pain in his heart, and absolutely could not seek revenge. Although it made people feel aggrieved, this was the rule of this world. No, this is all the Heavy Sword sect's own doing. If they hadn't targeted us, Senior Apprentice Sister Luo wouldn't have died, and Ling Xiao wouldn't have been trapped in there forever. It's all because of the Heavy Sword sect. I must take revenge for Ling Xiao. Yun Ming Qi resolutely said, a raging fire of hatred burning in her heart. Only now did she realize how deeply Ling Xiao had taken root in her heart, so deeply that she could not forget him, so deeply that her heart ached. Ming Qi, calm down for me. The current Heavy Sword sect is not something we can provoke. Xiao Song Lin heavily shouted. Yun Ming Qi unwillingly turned her face away, clenching her fists so tightly that blood came out of her lips. AI, it's not impossible to get revenge. Xiao Song Lin couldn't help sighing when he saw Yun Ming Qi's heartbroken appearance. Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu looked at Xiao Song Lin in astonishment, their hearts filled with doubt. How could they not know what method the Purple Sky sect had to contend with the Heavy Sword sect? What method does Elder Xiao have? Not only Yun Ming Qi, but even Yu Lai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect all rushed to ask. It wasn't just Yunming Qi who wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. Yulayin, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect also wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. In the secret territory, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, they would have long since died. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, how could they have had the qualifications to enter the main palace's pavilion with the 3 sects? If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, perhaps they would have long since been killed by Luo Baxing. The only reason they were still standing here was because of Ling Xiao's strength. How could they forget the kindness Ling Xiao had shown them? Xiao Songlin glanced at them and indifferently said, "Do you know why I'm stopping you from getting revenge on the Heavy Sword sect?" Yunming Qi was the first to answer. Elder Xiao is afraid of the Heavy Sword sect's strength. The others lightly nodded their heads, agreeing with Yunming Qi's words. But he's dead. What's the point of me still living? Yunming Qi choked with sobs. Our Purple Sky sect is only an 8th grade sect, while the Heavy Sword sect is a 7th grade sect. The difference in strength between us and the Heavy Sword sect is far too great. If we were to become enemies with the Heavy Sword sect, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. But you guys are different. In this generation, all of you are outstanding, especially you, Meng Qi. As long as you can one day reach a height where the Heavy Sword sect can only look up to you, the Heavy Sword sect will be at your mercy. So before you have the strength to contend with the Heavy Sword sect, you must not act rashly. I believe that Xiao doesn't want to see you die for him. At this moment, Wu Yulai said sternly, "Did you hear what Elder Xiao said? From today onwards, forget about the mystic realm. When the day comes when all of you surpass us old fogies, that will be the day of your revenge." After hearing the words of the two, everyone's eyes shone with determination. They all said in unison, "We will work hard to cultivate and strive to destroy the Heavy Sword sect as soon as possible." Yunming Qi, Yulayin, and Bing Ruoshui's eyes shone with excitement. They all made up their minds that they would cultivate as hard as they could when they got back, and that they would avenge Ling Xiao as soon as possible. "All right, we will return to the sect in 3 days. In these 3 days, all of you can take a stroll around the Thousand Bee City. If there's anything you need to buy or sell, do as soon as possible." Xiao Songlin said that last sentence and waved his hand to dismiss everyone out. Sigh, the heavens really do fear such a talented person. After all the disciples had left, Wu Yulai shook his head and sighed. Maybe this is his fate. He's too headstrong. Xiao Songlin said sadly. Chapter 341. This year's sect Oath Assembly was the most disastrous one in history. 6 of the top 10 sects had lost their disciples. Thus, the sect Oath Assembly finally came to an end after so many sessions. No one knew what was happening inside. Wu Meinyang had ordered all the Yin Mei sect's female disciples to keep their mouths shut. The elders of the Light Star Hall, the Heavy Sword sect, the Tai Li sect, the River Dark sect, the 6 Extreme sect, and the Moon-worshipping sect did not suspect the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. After all, the strength of the Purple Heaven sect was not enough to completely annihilate the disciples of these sections. On the contrary, they were most suspicious of the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the Flaming Charm sect had the ability to do so. However, without sufficient evidence, they would not dare to do anything to the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the strength of the Yin Mei sect was there for all to see. Whether it was the first-ranked Light Star Hall or the third-ranked Heavy Sword sect, neither of them would easily fight to the death with the Yin Mei sect. However, the disciples of the small sects that came out from the secret realm all said that the secret realm was abnormally dangerous. Moreover, before they came out, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Fiendish qi soared into the sky, as if there was some powerful demon or demonic creature inside. As a result, this matter was spread far and wide. It was as if the secret realm had become an extremely dangerous place, a place where demons lived. Everyone hoped that this secret realm would never reappear in the future, so as to avoid bringing harm to the human world. When Yun Mingqi, Yulai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, and the others returned to the sect, they immediately announced that they would stop cultivating. As for Wen Qidi, she brought Luo Meiying's corpse back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Originally, Pavilion Master Wen Haiyan had proposed a grand burial for Luo Meiying, but she was opposed by Wen Qidi. She said that she had to wait until Ling Xiao returned to the sect before making a decision. Although the hope of Ling Xiao returning to the sect was rather slim, she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely create a miracle. When Haiyan knew that her daughter's personality had changed greatly after she came back, she had changed from a naughty girl to a mature and sensible young woman. In the end, he did not raise any objections to this matter. Instead, he placed Luo Meiying in the 1,000-year freezer to prevent her body from rotting. As the eldest disciple of Wooden Flag Peak, Chun Wenyu could only brace himself and return to the peak to report what had happened in the secret realm. He was troubled as to how he should bring this up to the Peak Lord and his master. Chun Wenyu soon arrived at the main hall without any obstructions. Mu Huai and Mu Un had been waiting for a long time. Chun Wenyu wanted to step forward and bow, but Mu Huai took the initiative to ask, "Forget it. Tell me what happened." Although Mu Huai's tone was flat, the doubt and sadness on his face had already been revealed. Chun Wenyu had no choice but to explain what had happened in the secret realm once more. When Chun Wenyu finished explaining, Mu Huai's face became even more gloomy. Mu Un took the opportunity to wave his hand at his disciple, signaling him to leave first. After bowing, Chun Wenyu left the hall. "Junior brother, perhaps Xiao Er is a lucky man. He should be fine," comforted Mu Un. Bang! The teacup in Mu Huai's hand was crushed into powder, and thick resentment flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother, I can't take this lying down. How old is Xiao? He's already a high-level spirit master, and he's also a 4th-rank alchemist. I've entrusted my life to him, but now he's trapped in the secret realm, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him lead the team. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I've harmed my disciple." Mu Huai blamed himself. He had advised Ling Xiao not to participate in the sect pledge assembly, but his position wasn't very firm. He felt that if an eagle wanted to soar in the sky, it had to go through the baptism of wind and rain to truly grow. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would really leave and never return. His heart was abnormally uncomfortable. This was the disciple he was most satisfied with in his life. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was the cornerstone and reliance of their Wood Flag Peak, and also the hope of their Purple Sky sect for the next 100 years. Now that Ling Xiao was trapped in the secret realm, he didn't know if he was dead or alive, but as his master, he was powerless. It was really bitter and uncomfortable. Mu Un looked at the painful Mu Huai from the side, but for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only secretly sigh for Ling Xiao. In a city at the edge of the northwest, Gu Ji City, a woman without any makeup was tending to all kinds of high-grade flowers and plants in the garden. This woman's facial features were beautiful and moving. Her hair was elegant and supple, just like a fairy in the mortal world. Every glance contained an indescribable charm, but her indifferent temperament made people feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. The woman wore a simple and elegant light dress, and her swollen belly was slightly protruding. Not only did this not affect her beauty, but it also added a bit of motherly gentleness to her. At this time, an old man with a crooked building walked over with a smile and said, "Yinner, why are you moving around again? Don't hurt the baby." Although the old man's tone was reproachful, it was more kind and caring. "Grandpa, the book says that walking more is more beneficial for children." The woman walked towards the old man and held his hand with a happy smile. The old man looked at his chubby granddaughter and pinched his beard. "No matter what, I can't let my little great-grandson get tired. Otherwise, Grandpa won't let you off easily." The woman blushed and caressed her protruding belly with one hand. She said with tenderness, "Little bastard, did you hear that? Ever since I had you, your grandfather didn't love Mother anymore. Mother is so sad." The old man chuckled and said, "Child, you have your husband to love you in the future. This old man will be satisfied with taking care of your children for you. It's best if you can have a few more children so that this old man has something to do." At this point, the woman's beautiful eyes inexplicably raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Her face was filled with deep longing. "Xiao, do you still remember me? Xiao, do you know that I'm already pregnant with our baby? Xiao, I really hope that you can come back to see us. Xiao, I miss you so much. Can you come quickly?" Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The oath assembly had already come to an end, and everyone gradually forgot about this matter. Inside the secret realm, in the belly of a mountain, a 1-meter-long spirit beast that resembled a dragon and a centipede was rolling around in the clear water. After a while, it crawled out of the clear water and shook its body. Once it was dry enough, it crawled forward. It crawled to a dry place and rubbed its head against the person lying on the ground as if it wanted to wake him up. The person was sloppy and was lying motionlessly on the ground as if he was already dead. However, his hand was still tightly grasping a large black saber. Seeing that the person was still motionless, the earthworm spirit beast crawled to the side in boredom and began to sleep. After the earthworm spirit beast slept for a while, the motionless person struggled to turn over. Who else could this person be other than Ling Xiao? His hair was disheveled and his face was extremely pale. His clothes were dirty and messy, and his tiger-like eyes were slack and empty as if there was no life in them. The crimson and bloodthirsty color from before had disappeared. Why was Ling Xiao here? Naturally, it was the purple flood dragon that brought him here. Previously, when Ling Xiao and the others entered the main hall, he had ordered the purple flood dragon to hide underground in case of emergencies. Since the day Ling Xiao failed to chase Xianxia and fainted, the purple flood dragon had been underground where Ling Xiao was. It had sensed Ling Xiao's weak state and brought him here to rest. This time, Ling Xiao had fallen into a demonic state and suffered several attacks from Tianxing's silver falcon mirror. Those were attacks from spirit weapons, and even with Ling Xiao's amazing defense, he could not withstand them. He had already been seriously injured, but he still relied on his amazing demonic nature to chase Tianxing for 1,000 miles before finally collapsing. Now that Ling Xiao had woken up again, it was because his 2 divine techniques had self-healing effects. He did not circulate his mystic arts to heal because he had been unconscious and in a state of endless self-blame. That was why he had only woken up after half a month. However, he was awake now, but his heart was still in a state of self-blame. Moreover, there was a formless evil aura lingering in his heart and mind. At this moment, in his mind, he seemed to see a person brandishing a saber. Every saber contained terrifying power. Every saber had the power to kill 1,000 miles, topple mountains, and overturn seas, and destroy the heavens and earth. Waves of demonic chi that could dominate the world spread out from the saber moves. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. White bones piled up into mountains, blood flowed into rivers. Created by the first evil emperor, 8 arts of the devil's saber. These 8 arts had been mastered by the wind god, Niefeng, when he had fallen into a demonic state. At that time, in order to deal with the foreign overlord, Zhu Wuxian, who had invaded the Central Plains, Niefeng had willingly fallen into a demonic state. In the end, his demonic nature had erupted, and he had killed 1,000 miles, causing blood to flow into rivers. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had revered the wind god, Niefeng, to the extreme, so he knew all the martial arts that Niefeng had refined. However, he had never cultivated the 8 demonic saber arts, but he had still memorized its chant. At that time, he had only wanted to learn about the wind god's life. However, he really did not expect that in this life, he would unexpectedly use the 8 demonic saber arts. This was because when Ling Xiao saw Luo Meiying's death, he had felt an unprecedented sense of guilt in his heart. An unprecedented sense of bloodthirst filled his whole body. When he was about to take out a profound weapon from his space ring to kill Luo Baxing, he felt a strong call from the blood-devouring demonic saber that had been lying idle. At that time, Ling Xiao did not even think about it and took out the blood-devouring demonic saber. Then the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber merged with Ling Xiao's anger, creating a powerful, bloodthirsty, and ferocious killing intent. Ling Xiao was in a berserk state, so it was impossible for him to suppress this evil aura that did not belong to him. He only knew that he had to kill Luo Baxing to avenge Luo Meiying. Later, after the Heavy Sword sect and Luo Baxing fought, Ling Xiao was controlled by the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber and almost killed Bing Ruoshui. If not for the little bit of affection he still had for Bing Ruoshui would definitely have died under his saber. Ling Xiao forced himself to put away his saber and chased after Sha Tian, Xing, and the others. The people from the Purple Sky sect and the Flaming Charm sect were lucky enough to survive. Was Ling Xiao, who had just woken up, still affected by the evil aura? Chapter 342. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the top of the cave as a drop of cool stone milk slid down from the stalactite. The milk was like a pearl, crystal clear, cold as snow, and filled with pure and vast energy. Ding! The milk landed on Ling Xiao's dry lips and slid down his throat. Huh! Ling Xiao let out a muffled groan as his body underwent a shocking change. The injuries in his body were rapidly healing. Ling Xiao's hollow eyes gradually brightened, but the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand was trembling slightly. The blade alternated between red and black, looking extremely strange. It seemed to be resisting something. Give your body to me. I can bestow upon you the most powerful energy so that you can kill all your enemies. An evil and cold voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ling Xiao remained motionless, but he said to the voice in his knowledge sea, "Come over, I want more power." "Ha. All right, relax your mind. I'll go over now. No matter what happens, don't struggle or you'll be hurt by accident." The voice laughed excitedly. As the voice faded, a dark mist emerged from the blood-devouring demon saber. This black mist was like a human face, a middle-aged man's face. Its facial features and expression were sinister and sinister. It sneered coldly and plunged into Ling Xiao's body, whose eyes were closed. Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was incomparably vast. In this world, if one really wanted to find someone with a knowledge sea larger than Ling Xiao's, they had to be an alchemist above the 8th level. An alchemist who had reached the 8th level was practically at the peak of this continent. It had been many years since the birth of a 9th-level alchemist, let alone a divine alchemist. It could be said that with the spiritual force in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea, he could completely refine an 8th-level medicinal pill. However, his own strength was still lacking. As long as his strength increased, there would be no obstacles for him to directly increase his alchemist rank. This was also the location of Ling Xiao's tenbin. When that mass of black mist entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness through his facial features, Ling Xiao's expression changed. It laughed out loud. "I can finally regain my freedom." "That's great. Idiot, are you done laughing?" A green shadow appeared in front of it and scolded the black fog face. "Caw!" The black foggy face was dumbfounded. How could this old man be in the sea of consciousness? The black fog's face turned furious. Just as it was about to say something, a scorching energy made it feel extremely uncomfortable. Roar! A small part of its black fog was burned by the blue flames, causing it to howl in pain. It had no choice but to stay far away. Only then did it seriously check if it had gone the wrong way. This place had already been carved up by others. In front of it was a small emerald green tree, 2 strange beads, one blue and one gray, and a shadow that belonged to Ling Xiao. The black fog face was stunned for a moment, and it cried out in its heart. What damned space did I enter? Why are there so many things here? Ling Xiao's shadow crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. Are you very surprised? The black fog face said angrily. Did you lie to me? Haha, I lied to you? You were the one who wanted to bestow me with great power, and you came in here on your own. How can you say that I lied to you? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Then why are there so many damn things here? The black fog face asked in confusion. Lu Wing pointed at the black fog face and scolded. Who do you think you are? You filthy thing that's neither human nor ghost. What qualifications do you have to say that we are damn things? We are divine objects. The black fog face stared at Lu Wang and then looked at the two strange beads. It was especially afraid of the blue one. It didn't argue with Lu Wang and instead asked Ling Xiao, Are those two strange beads? You're quite perceptive. First, tell me what you are. You're actually inside the vampiric demon blade and want to control me. I almost fell for your trick, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Previously, when Ling Xiao had taken out the vampiric demon blade to kill people, he had especially felt the strangeness of the blade. Furthermore, it could absorb blood to level up, a function that not even spirit weapons could do. Therefore, when Ling Xiao woke up in a daze, he absorbed the 10 millennia stalactite that fell from the stalactite. His body quickly recovered, and his consciousness finally became much clearer. The black fog face thought that Ling Xiao's willpower was weak and wanted to seize the opportunity to seize Ling Xiao's soul and take over Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao just happened to beat him at his own game. He let this unknown thing enter his mind space and at the same time took control. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's mind space was like a sanctuary with several strange things inside? And these strange things were all under Ling Xiao's control. It could be said that within Ling Xiao's mind space, he was invincible. When Ling Xiao confirmed that it was a strange bead, the black fog face's expression became even more colorful. No, I can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, I'll be burned by that damned heavenly flame. The black fog face seemed to have its own consciousness. It thought for a moment, then immediately scattered the black fog and fled out of the mind space. It knew that it would only be safe after it escaped from here. Ling Xiao sneered. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Just as he finished speaking, the demon blue fire bead instantly blossomed with colorful flames and wrapped around the black fog. ZZ. When the black fog came into contact with the blue flames, it immediately let out a strange sound and was instantly burned. No, don't do this. I beg you, don't let it burn anymore. The black fog face gathered again and squeezed into a corner, begging Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the blue flames stopped attacking. However, they still scattered around the mind space, constantly guarding against the black fog face's escape. Say it. If you can't satisfy me, then stay here and become some fertilizer for them. I believe they'll be very willing. Ling Xiao said lightly. He felt that this black thing should be something extraordinary. Although it was a bit evil, he wanted to understand it first and see if he could use it. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy it here. The black fog face made an expression of resignation and said, I didn't expect that this emperor would be defeated by a brat like you. The heavens are so unfair. After it was done, it began to talk about its origins. I can't remember how long I've been in the Demon Blade, but it's at least 5,000 years. Back in the day, I, the Demon Emperor, swept through the entire continent. My mind was awe-inspiring. Ordinary martial artists trembled in fear when they saw me. Earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables bowed their heads when they saw me. The black fog face was solemn. Its expression was filled with a domineering aura that looked down on the world, but it also seemed to be filled with endless worry. Stop, don't talk so much nonsense. Just who are you? Make it short, I don't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao interrupted impatiently. Then, he thought about the black fog face's words and immediately said with astonishment, Demon Emperor? You used to be at the Emperor's stage? The black fog face said arrogantly, "Of course. If it wasn't for the fact that I was ambushed by a damned traitor when I was suddenly at the Saint stage, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Hearing the black fog face's affirmation, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the black fog face he had trapped was actually a mystic emperor stage super expert when he was alive. The ranks of martial artists were divided into martial disciple, mystic cultivator, spirit master, king stage, earthly sovereign, heavenly venerables, emperor stage, saint stage, and god stage. In the vast Northwest, mystic cultivators and spiritual masters were equivalent to the cornerstone of any sect. King stage represented the core strength of the sect. Every king stage was already considered a powerful existence, a strong person who could dominate a city. Earth sovereign stage could already be called the pillar that the sect relied on to survive, and was the representative of the strongest power in the Northwest. As for heavenly venerables, they were already known as old monsters. In the Northwest, they were equivalent to gods, high and mighty, overlooking all living beings, and their numbers could be counted on one hand. As for the Mystic Emperor stage, Ling Xiao had never heard of such a super powerful existence in the Northwest. To the current Ling Xiao, he could only look up to it and didn't dare to imagine it. This was also why he was so shocked when he heard the black fog face admit that it was at the Emperor stage. Now I know how powerful I am. If you can merge with me, you will definitely be able to ascend to the Emperor stage in the future, or even the Saint stage." Seeing that Ling Xiao was so shocked, the black fog face took the opportunity to speak again. You dirty thing. You clearly want to devour my soul and seize the opportunity to take my body for your own use. You really know how to play the game." Lu Wang snorted coldly. The black fog face was extremely embarrassed when he heard this. It had thought that once it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it could devour Ling Xiao's soul without fear. Unfortunately, there was a heavenly fire here that could restrain its soul, which was why it didn't dare to casually attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would only end up being destroyed in both body and soul. Ling Xiao recovered his shocked expression and said, "You've been in the demonic saber all these years." The black fog face answered every question. "That's right. This saber has always been this emperor's saber, and it has accompanied this emperor in conquering the world. It has long since developed intelligence. If this emperor could advance to the saint stage back then, it would also advance with this emperor. Unfortunately, this old man was harmed by a traitor, and my physical body was destroyed. Only a wisp of my destroyed soul was left in the saber, drifting everywhere. The saber spirit offered up all of its spirit chi to help this emperor preserve my soul from destruction. Thus, the saber turned from a high-grade spirit artifact to an ordinary profound artifact. It can also be said that this emperor is now the saber spirit of the saber. As this emperor grows stronger, there will come a day when it can become a spirit artifact, or even a saint artifact. But how can this emperor be willing to be a saber spirit forever? I'm not willing. I want this demon emperor to dominate the 4 seas and rule the world." Stop. Don't talk about your glorious history. This young master is tired of listening to it. In the end, you're just a wisp of a remnant soul, right? Ling Xiao said impatiently with a wave of his hand. The black fog face knew that it had no chance of survival if it didn't tell the truth, so it could only admit it. "That's right, this emperor is just a wisp of a remnant soul. And it seems that it'll be easy for me to destroy you," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The black fog face panicked. "No, don't do this. Please, that you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.